Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you from the Red Mountains of Dorne this week. We're going to be picking up right where last episode left off. We are hunting the Vulture King up in the Red Mountains on behalf of Prince Doran of House Nymaros Martell, and somewhere far away also King Robert Baratheon, the usurper on the Iron Throne. But mostly you're doing it for Uncle Doran. So yeah, we are looking at some action, some adventure, soaking some fresh blood into the Red Mountains of Dorne, and it should be a pretty action-packed, crossed with some role play type of episode, and we are excited to be bringing it to ya. Hey everybody, introduce yourselves. Who are you and who is your character? Let's start with my lovely wife, who is off to that side of me, I think.
Hello, I'm Felicia, and I play Lady Rhaena Nymaryen. I am the heir of the house and Little Miss Boss Pants. And I am currently having to play catch up with the party because one of our allies was delayed in arriving to Wyvern's Rest. And so I waited for him because I'm a thoughtful person.
By which she means surrounded by thoughts.
No.
Sir Beric the Himbo.
Well, and so when he did arrive with his knights, we have hastened to join my siblings and the rest of our forces at Dunwoody. I don't remember the name of the
At Kingsgrave, the
Kingsgrave.
seat of House.
Yeah, Kingsgrave. And I'm looking at all the little. We got a cheat sheet map because we're players. And so I was just looking at the placement of where everything is. So we have actually come kind of a pain in the ass distance to get here. So I hope we get to kill lots of people.
Well, I mean, bandits, not people.
Well, one of them's a person. And okay, so we also have with us. Well, I'm now with. Well, I will be with you shortly. I'm not actually there, so I'm gonna go to Bela, who's in charge of everything up in right now.
Yep. I'm Erica, and I play Bela, and I am currently leading our forces as we march towards our meeting point. It's been quite a few days since we left our mustering point originally, which was our home keep of Wyvern's Rest. And along the way, we've been spotting some bandits posts as they were watching us move across the land. And so there is no secret for us moving around. So hopefully we can get into a good position where we can not be caught unaware or get laid into some sort of a trap. And so I've been leading our forces, and thankfully we've had sort of like a forward scouting patrol led by my brother, Sir Luke, and he can take it away.
Hi everybody, I'm Robert. I play Luke. I am, as stated, out scouting ahead, although we've recently grouped back up as we've reached Kingsgrave, the not ominously named place.
Not ominous.
And it is dusty out here, and to quote some of the best lines of all cinema, I hate sand. It gets everywhere.
That was some real character growth right there, Annie.
So that's basically it.
Who's
For
left?
me,
There we
for
go.
me, not it for all of us, as we also have our excellent archer and younger brother, Adam.
I am Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen, the person who's good at archery and is taking more of a supportive role, since I am not great at the fighting. But hopefully can still be helpful and make a contribution and kill bad guys.
Archery is good at fighting.
It's exactly good at fighting. It's how every major war begins.
Just, yeah, not as good as the rest of you.
Good in a
So,
different way.
indeed. So that does it for the PCs. They currently were able to bring along a whole bucket full of NPCs that they like, and you're going to get to see some of them during this episode. But they've got, starting with, of course, the infamous Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell, their uncle, who brought along two of the famous, or rather infamous again, sand snakes, Obara Sand and Elia Sand. Obara is the eldest of all of his daughters. Elia Sand is the eldest of his daughters with his current paramour, Elaria, that has birthed about half of his sand snakes. The two of them are both big fans of riding and fighting, specifically with spears and lances. So they came along on this bandit hunting trip, as did his squire, the devastatingly handsome Damon Sand, who is a fine swordsman himself. And that's a pretty dangerous foursome of riders to arrive in the middle of the night. But luckily, they were bringing mostly good news of, hey, let's go kill bandits together. Joining you on a little bit more longer term is Alisane Mormont and her young squire, Robert Frey, who you all charmed into coming home with you from King's Landing, so you kept her. And she's almost housebroken. So she is along to do some fighting with you, as is Sir Oris Waters, the Aurochs, who was, of course, knighted in King's Landing, and is just kind of idling along with you guys, not having sworn any oaths, but he's like, whatever, I'll go fight some bandits. And who else have we got? Oh yeah, Lord Beric Dondarrion, who is going to be arriving late. He was partially cut off by rock slides, but his young squire, Edric Dane, the Lord of Starfall, made it last episode so that you guys were able to have the exposition safely delivered in young Edric's saddlebags. And he was able to share some information with y'all. And you also have the redoubtable Sir Balin Swan, who also brought along a couple troops to help out. So it's a pretty neat kind of coalition of Stormlander, Dornish fighter types with about 1,000 troops under Bela's command when all is said and done. And yeah, so you guys have lots of NPCs to play with from scene to scene. And you have a Vulture King to hunt. Who remembers anything cool about the Vulture King?
His name is Jonathan Sand, and used to be a friend of Lord Edric Dane.
Aw, I miss that.
Yes, he was one of the bastards that was just kind of found shortly after Robert's Rebellion. There's like a whole generation of them. And he was raised in Starfall as a man-at-arms and then earned his spurs as a knight. Went to serve under the Dark Star, Sir Gerald Dane, who is a bannerman of House Dane. He is in charge of a cadet branch of House Dane. And then, a little under a year ago, Jonathan Sand just fucked off, and he took dozens, if not hundreds, of knights and men-at-arms with him. And then the Vulture King started to really solidify and organize these bandit bands here in the Red Mountains, and everything got a little more dangerous. And yeah, that was what young Lord Edric kind of tearfully admitted, because he feels responsible. But he's also pretty nervous because Jonathor Sand was like one of the guys that helped teach him how to fight. And he's like, you guys, he is really dangerous and really likable. Lots of people follow him. Oh no, Vulture King is going to be trouble. And that's where we were. Last episode, you traveled through the cut to the hot springs, to the bad springs, to the good springs, and then from there you were kind of within sight of King's Reach. So yeah, it was several days ride from Wyvern's Rest to get here to King's Reach, and that's just how the Red Mountains are. Even you lot who know them better than most, it's awful territory. Kind of think, mountains of Afghanistan crossed with like your classic Arizona, New Mexico Western full of box canyon type of bullshit, where sometimes what you think is a trail, isn't, and there's infinite dudes above you raining shut down, and so you've kind of got to go carefully. You've got to stick to like major cleared roads just to make sure you don't get lost in, mazes of box canyons and unsteady mountainside trails and stuff. And it's pretty slow going. The good news is ravens can travel pretty quickly, and you did have one last NPC with you, and that was Maester Ferris of House Dannett, your newly sworn, or at least newly renewed banner house. So you guys will have the capability to send and receive some ravens, and they'll get places pretty quick because they don't have to follow roads because they're cheaters and they have wings. Anybody got any questions or anything before we get rolling?
No.
All right then.
No sensible questions anyway.
Right?
We will pick things up with the bulk of the Nymaryen forces getting ready to travel kind of the next morning. I imagine Luke and his scouts were up early, and getting ready to head out a little bit ahead of everybody else. Everyone else is kind of just starting to wake up. And you guys hear horsemen approaching from behind. But just then your scouts do a little doot on their horns and toot fresh fruit. It looks like it's actually friendlies. And
Yay.
sure enough, up comes riding the Lady Reyna, who you guys recognize a bit. You've seen her before. And a dashing figure in a black and purple lightning decorated cloak, along with about a score of cavalrymen wearing the colors of House Dondarrion. So let's give it to Reyna here.
Well, it depends on who I see when we arrive. Because if I see Bela, I will go directly to her. So, are you visible?
Well, I'm not invisible, but yeah, I'm around. And I'm finalizing, getting ready, and orchestrating some things.
Alright, but you're not like in a tent somewhere.
No, I'm just directing some people and that sort of stuff.
Well, we will ride up. I will stop next to a soldier. I will get off my horse and assume that he takes the horse.
They do.
and go straight to Bela, because I don't think we've ever been apart for this long.
Oh,
I mean, really, everything we do together.
Yeah, for the most part. So, the better part of a week is quite
Yeah, this
some
is
time.
a long time. So, I will go right to Bela.
If you knew how hard she rode to catch up.
And go straight to her and clunkily embrace her in armor, because that's what armor's for. And we rode as fast as the wind to arrive here.
You must have.
It is myself.
It is good to see you again.
I miss you. Lord Barrick arrived shortly after you had, taken your leave, and he and several of his knights had actually come ahead of their own supply chain, and they are actually behind us. And those are your support troops, by the way.
Okay.
Speaking of Lord Barrick, he and his dashing, he's wearing a half cape because Dorne's pretty hot. But he comes walking up with young Edric Dane already kind of babbling at him and catching him up, and vice versa. And Lord Barrick gives a dashing bow to the Lady Bela and says, "Indeed, we were able to make much better time than we'd hoped when the rocks first fell. I do believe half of House Will's small folk came to help us move the boulders and such, and even that deucedly large maester of theirs, the former Crake Hall, he rolled up his silly sleeves and we all started in together."
I was very
That's
surprised.
good news.
The House Will has suffered a loss, but they are game because they are Dornish.
Indeed, Sir Artos of House Fowler is staying with House Will. He regrets not being able to muster up his troops with the rest of us, but the Wills have suffered enough. Good sports of them to help us clear that rubble. But indeed, my infantry and supply wagons should be able to meet up with us at Kingsgrave in a matter of days.
Okay, very well. We're about to head out the last leg of the journey. Are you fit to ride?
I smile. Of course.
Excellent.
Well, I can't be outdone.
I give both of them knowing glances. Mhm. Very well. Take some food and water, and we'll be leaving shortly.
Excellent. We are at your service here.
So, everyone is able to finish breaking their fast, etc., etc., and the trip, the rest of the way to Kingsgrave proper, is without incident. So you guys arrive at the vanguard of a genuine army, because let's remember here, Bela is in charge of a pretty massive coalition force. At this point, she has about 300 more troops from House Dondarrion that are playing catch up. But even as is, you guys are rolling up at the head of hundreds and hundreds of good, solid Stormlander and Dornish troops. Pretty heavy on the cavalry. You guys have lots of knights. That's what a lot of people chose to bring to help out. But yeah, you are warmly greeted there at Kingsgrave, which is not a terrifically large keep. You'd say it's smaller than Wyvern's Rest and certainly less easily defensible. It's not built right into the side of a mountain. Instead, House Manwoody oversees kind of a bowl here in the mountains of Dorne that doesn't have any major roads connecting to it and isn't open at the north and the south. So it's not quite like the Prince's Pass over to the west or like the Stoneway over to the east, and that not a lot of people travel through it, but it's one of those spots that's just kind of hidden here in the Red Mountains. So they're on fairly flat territory. Their castle is not one of those super impressive Westerosi almost fairy tale magical keeps like Winterfell or the Eyrie or Storm's End. It's really just kind of a castle in that it is actually a tower and some outbuildings surrounded by a wall, right? It's not like a super impressive defensive thing, but that's mostly because they used the Red Mountains for defense to begin with. Nobody gets halfway through Prince's Pass or halfway through the Stoneway and then decides to turn their army like 4 days to the side to come fuck with Kingsgrave, because then you're just giving the Dornish an extra week to muster up and still fuck with you in the pass. So to you guys, it's maybe not a terribly impressive keep, but it's a lot better than the campsites that you've been sleeping rough in the last couple nights. So it's not Wyvern's Rest or the Red Keep, but it's also not the Bad Springs campsite. All right, so you can't complain.
How does House Manwoody sit in the political nature of this region?
House Manwoody is sworn directly to House Nymaryen Mortel, and they are more likely, because of that, to kind of side against House Ironwood than to side with them. But their proximity to House Ironwood does leave them kind of vulnerable, because, like, for instance, if House Ironwood decided to attack Kingsgrave, like, troops from House Nymaryen Martell would have to get past Ironwood to come help them, type of thing. So it's a thing where they are on your side much more than the Ironwoods, but they're not nearly as wealthy or prominent a house as yours, so they're not as 0 to 60 real quick about it. All right, they tend to be a little more standoffish, but they're consistently loyal to House Martell.
Okay, thank you.
Their sigil, which welcomes you on a couple of banners, like one on each side of the gate, is a skull with a golden crown on it on a black field. They're one of the more metal kind of sigils. And the name of the place, Kingsgrave, is because the founder of House Manwoody killed a king of the Reach back in the day, before the Targaryens united and yada yada. But yeah, a Reach lord was invading Dorne, and he killed him at this spot. And that's part of why it's kind of not a terribly defensible position, because it was a battlefield, back in the day. But yeah, so Kingsgrave, and they say that the first stones laid for the foundation of their tower are over the bones of that Reachman, and they've just kind of clung to that reputation ever since. They kind of lean into it. But you are greeted by the Lord of House Manwoody himself. The problem is that Lord Dagos meets you in one of those peculiar wheeled chairs that you have seen your uncle, Prince Doran, in. And they've apparently, a few houses have them now. But he is propped up in it with one leg angled out in front of him, swathed in bandages. And even as he is waving you lot in, and some of his servants are distributing bread and salt to the troops, some of his men-at-arms are telling the troops where to go camp, yada yada. But he is very clearly unwell. You know that Lord Dagos is in his early 30s, 32, 33-ish, not like past his prime, but he looks half dead right now. It looks like whatever injury he took in his leg has grown infected. He is pale and sweating, huge bags under his eyes, and you can tell that it's hard on him just kind of wheeling out here to formally greet you. But there's no lord in Westeros that wouldn't formally greet this highborn coalition that's coming to save his ass. So he's clearly not looking real good.
Am I right thinking he has two sons?
He does. And it is a testament to the scolding that they got from Lord Dagos that the two of them are actually standing relatively still. You could tell as you approached, they were kind of elbowing and shoving one another. They looked to be 10 or 12. And it looks like maybe they were fighting over who was going to wheel Papa's chair next, when it's time to go. But like as you guys are doing the slow motion walk up the courtyard to them, they stand very still, and you know that's probably not going to last. It's Moors and Dickon are the two of them, and they are notoriously rowdy lads.
That's the best.
Lads.
Lads. Anyway. Well, had we heard anything about Dagos being wounded or anything?
You had not. But who knows how long ago it happened. You were on the road just now for about 5 days. So he gestures, and from like a small basket built into the back of this wheeled chair, Moors and Dickon retrieve small bits of bread and a little bowl of salt. And again, they kind of elbow each other, see who should be in front. And you can see the larger of the two is trying to be in front, and he's got the salt. And the smaller one is like, it's cold bread and salt. I should go first. And, so they're trying. But they are approaching your small retinue, and bread and salt will be distributed. Lord Dagos manages a wet chuckle before fitfully coughing. And he says, I hope you'll pardon me if I do not bow, my lords and ladies.
Of course not, Lord Dagos. It hurts my heart to see you ill.
Not half as much as it hurts my leg. He does not smell great from up close. It's clearly fighting an infection at this point. He's not looking real well.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Spike. Oh, go ahead.
I'm like, maybe they should take that leg. But I'm not saying anything out loud, so Luke, go ahead.
Despite the smell, I will make sure to grab a piece of bread and dip it in the salt and take a bite. I'll thank the boys.
Almost in unison, you get a very stiff and formal, "You're welcome, my lord." Sir, like they cut each other off with the sir versus the my lord. And then the older one elbows the younger one. He's just a sir. And he goes, but I'm being polite. And like they bicker their way to the next people in line. The lot of you do notice there is not a maester with Lord Dagos.
It shows.
You suspect that may have something to do with the lack of quite as punctual communication, and also with that leg. So you see off to your side, your own Maester Ferris. Maesters, ritual and tradition are important to them, but he is kind of doing a pee-pee dance, like waiting to get the bread and the salt so he can rush up to Lord Dagos. But you can see, young Maester Ferris is like, oh God, just hurry up. Come on, kids. Like give me the bread, because I can't serve him until I'm greeted here. Dog fucking rules. So you can see him kind of eagerly wanting to help out. But yeah, the rest of the NPCs could assume to be just taking bread and salt. The Red Viper looks faintly amused by it. Obara-san takes a piece of bread like she's just fucking hungry. Like, meat, so there's different levels of etiquette and decorum on display, but for the most part, the PCs are going to be free to talk to Lord Dagos.
Out of character questions, I have two.
Okay.
One, is anyone going to ask him what happened to his leg? And two, is anyone going to offer Mr. Ferris to have a look at it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to open with "What the hell's happened to you?"
Yeah, so
Seven
that's
helps.
And while this is happening, I will have looked at Maester Ferris and given him a nod, just,
Yeah, he's just
not that it seems like he needs it.
yeah, he's just
Yes.
eagerly waiting to take his scrap of bread, and quickly enough, he just goes, "Yes, fine." And grabs the bread, quick dip, munches it, and is rushing up to Lord Dagos' side.
Well,
While
Lord
you lot are
Dagos, let me introduce Maester Ferris. I believe that he is most eager to assist you in whatever way he can.
and he drops to one knee and already is starting to unwind bandages, and you see him waving hurriedly behind him, and little Robert Frey comes running up with this Maester's travel healing kit thing, trying not to trip on the stairs, yada yada. He did not come all the way down the stairs into the courtyard. You're on like a little porch or patio of the tower. So Lord Dagos gives you an attempt at a warm smile, and he's like, "My thanks. Of the hundreds and hundreds are certainly appreciated, but perhaps this Maester most of all."
Well, excellent. I'm glad. Well, then he shall work with you, and you will tell us where you want us to stay and what areas you want us to use as our war preparation area. Because that's what Dale is most interested in.
Indeed, I must apologize for the hospitality at Kingsgrave. I sent my wife Silva away some weeks ago, and so I'm afraid we're sorely lacking in a women's touch in this place. Several of her maidens and such left as well, but please, what rude hospitality we have is yours. Boys, but Morse! And eventually they come over, and the kids will start to show you lot around. As everyone is getting gathered up, all the highborn are getting ready to be shown their spots. Lord Dagos says, "If we might meet in my solar in an hour, perhaps a war council."
Yes, that would be great.
Of course, my lord.
All right. So yeah, fairly quickly, you see that the troops are basically being taken care of. Most of them are forming up outside the walls of the keep, because there just isn't room in here. Officers tend to be staying inside to be closer to horses and closer to getting orders from you, and then they scatter to bring them to the troops. But the soldiers are grouping up well enough on their own, and they do have enough quarters that the lords and ladies get them. Sir Balin Swan politely defers. Oberyn Martell takes one, of course. He doesn't like sleeping outside. But both Arbara and Elia refuse. So Damon Sand will be rooming with Prince Oberyn. But both of the girls look like they're determined to show who is the most badass horse princess. And they're like, no, we'll stay out here. And they're determined to rough it, that sort of thing. Lord
Rusty.
Edric. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you had paused. I am going to, since I kind of rode the scouts pretty hard, make sure that they have, plenty of rest, that they have kind of choicer areas to put their tents down, and I will basically pitch my own tent near them.
Alrighty. Lord Barrick and young Edric will be staying together. That's one kind of extra room that is opened up then. But yeah, there is not like none of the terrain here is particularly fine or defensible or anything like that, but you can find a spot with a couple of trees, something like that can help out.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
main thing is
so
I
it's
just want
not-
to make sure that since I wrote them real hard, that they have plenty of time to rest up and recuperate.
Yeah, they were among the first. Some of them put their tents up. A few just got their bedrolls out, and like as soon as their horses were seen to, they were like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna take a nap." So yeah, some of them are, not even bothering with tents. And
I take a room. This eschewing a room to sleep outside is silliness.
It's for peasant.
I will also take a room.
Yeah, if there's rooms on offer, Adam's definitely taking it.
who thought
I'll
so?
sleep outside.
Now I feel like the asshole.
Oh, asshole.
No, yeah, I'll stay near my troops. So
So
Yeah, I mean that's fine. That's also a valid choice.
it's like that's good for you. Yes. Yeah.
Some of us like to have a nice sleep.
I mean, if you're not gonna have a girl in the bed, what's the point in having the bed?
I mean,
I'm not. I mean, privacy.
I don't know about you.
It is
but-
a whole tent.
I don't know about you, but I always have a girl in my bed.
Oh.
Huh? Fair.
I think Baylor's been.
Don't believe I can beat that record.
womp womp.
So, you've all got an hour to kind of get freshened up, clean the dust off. You notice, like, there's certainly lukewarm by the time you get to your rooms, but there are baths prepared for everyone to get rinsed off at least. You can choose to wear armor or not. Kind of depends on how martial versus how noble you want to look at kind of a war council. But everyone's able to get cleaned up, and there's and mostly it's Moors and Dickon that are available to lead everybody hither and yon to where they need to meet. In this case, it looks like they decided the hallway outside of the Solar is going to be the way to go. His Solar is not even as large as Grandfather's. So when he said, at the Solar, he meant at the Solar instead of in the Solar. But it's just not much to this tower. So yeah, it's not a super large room. So you get him just kind of sitting in the doorway of it. And everyone else is kind of free to array in the hallway. Let's start with Bela. What's everybody showing up in? Like how martial versus how highborn are we looking, and that sort of thing.
Oh, well, I will be wearing the breastplate again, being more martial as the commander of this force. Yep. Do you want I guess
Is
I
it-
have like a weapon or?
Like, is it new armor or is it armor that viewers have seen before? Because I remember some of you guys bought some new stuff. Just trying to give everybody a chance to look all cool for this war
sure.
council.
I have worn this before. This isn't brand new. It has the the symbol that Bela uses for her own personal symbol. It's the has a spear kind of going vertically and has two dragons wrapping around it, kind of like the medical symbol that you see. Yes, yeah, it's like that but with dragons, and that's on the front of the breastplate. It's not super fancy armor that you would use to impress people with. This is more function over form.
Right, so it's the practical armor. It's the murdering armor, not
Yes.
not the ceremonial armor. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
Who's next, Erica?
Oh, I'll have Ash go next.
Okay, well, yeah, I think Adam's trying to be taken more seriously as part of this war council, so has opted for his soft leather armor that he bought in King's Landing but hasn't had a chance to wear yet. It is like very, very dark red, soft leather with a high neck that's got little splits in the collar so that to allow better head movement. And it's sort of straps up the sides of the legs and the jerkin to make it easier to put on and take off with his leg injury. It's got a Nymaryen wyvern embossed over the heart and just sort of picked out very minimalistically in silver and gold thread. So it looks kind of badass.
Yeah, I'm like, that sounds fancy. Who's up next?
And he'll have brought his dragonbone bow with him. He'll be like wearing that over his like across his shoulders, just to complete the look. Basically, he'll have come properly equipped as well.
All right. Who's gonna dress up fancy for this party next? Or the party, you know what I mean?
How about Luke?
Luke is wearing his Castle Forge chainmail. It's essentially the deep red leather and chain over it that of his half plate. The actual plate part's removed. There's a number of silver buckles and deep red leather bits that kind of hold it all together that are designed to have, like I said, the half plate part attached to it. He's cleaned up from the road, but otherwise wearing the same armor he rode in. So
That leaves me.
Yeah. You
Have
look
you ever
absolutely divine and regal, and yet at the same time quite pretty and rather accessible.
It's quite pretty and rather accessible. Exactly. I don't think rather accessible works for her. But Raina went the lady route. So she actually is wearing what appears at first to be just a gown made of panels of lightweight materials that are not filmy and see-through, just lightweight, like super lightweight linen, and they are underneath the skirt is actually their pants, but they're like harem pants kind of thing of lighter, but even lighter material, and it's all kind of a lovely, not the wine that we have on our sigil, but like that hue, but lighter. Is that the word, hue?
It works.
Yeah, it's just kind of reminiscent of that color, and some jewelry because I'm mating with the Lord, so and some delicate little sandals.
All right. Prince Oberyn is joining you lot. He is kind of, as always, in his flowing layered robes that might be concealing some armor and might not, of yellow and orange and some red. And he's just kind of lounging in the hallway, looking a little bit bored. It looks like none of the three Sands have decided to join him. Obara, Elia, or Damon don't seem to be here. Lady Alysanne Mormont seems not to have thought to come, so you just haven't seen her since you guys arrived. She's probably busy camping out. Same with Sir Oris. He did not feel particularly invited because he's not used to that sort of thing. But Lord Beric Dondarrion is there in essentially civvies. He's just wearing his favorite black and purple ensemble with shorter sleeves than he is used to because he's dressing for Dorne and he's in that half cape instead of one of his fancier cloaks. Young Edric Dane is there, looking very cleaned up and a little bit resentful of it, like he was kind of enjoying riding and being in the field and leading troops, and now he's like, "Oh, I gotta take a bath," right? Like he just looks a little. And Sir Balin Swan has joined in on this council meeting because he did bring his own troops. He is wearing a very fine suit of chainmail. So he's did get cleaned up from the road, and he's not completely dressed for battle, toting his shield and wearing gauntlets and all the rest of that. But he is wearing the padded gambeson and some rather gleaming chainmail with it. And then of course you have Lord Dagos and Maester Ferris kind of still doting over him. And the council will commence. And rather immediately, the conversation takes a turn for the poorly, as Lord Dagos has kind of half his lap covered in scraps of paper that you all recognize as Raven messages. And it looks like he's finishing reading the last of them, even as the hour is up. And he's just crumpling them and tossing them into his lap. And he's like, dark words, more dark words. Seven, help us. When will we get some good news? I'm sorry. Your presence here is greatly appreciated and the best thing to happen to House Manwoody in weeks. But the rest of this, and he gestures at the garbage in his lap. He says, all of this is ill news. The Western contingent to be led by House Ironwood is neither a contingent nor led by House Ironwood. It would seem that Lord Anders is still busy grieving the loss of his nephew and has sent only a single knight, and that a bannerman, this garish drinkwater boy, to lead some 200 infantrymen, but they do not find the River Ironwood safe passage at the moment, so they are taking a slower overland route. Meanwhile, House Karen of Nightsong, led by Lord Bryce, has made it clear, first and foremost, he will not be led by a landed knight's heir instead of by the Blood Royal himself, but also he and his men cannot make it safely through Prince's Pass, as they are harried every step of the way by archers loyal to the Vulture King. Meanwhile, from the south, House Fowler sends their own dire news from Lord Franklin, who apologizes for their tardiness, but as Sir Artos is busy helping with House Will, he is not yet able to muster his own troops to join with House Charon partway through the Prince's Pass, nor to go meet with House Ironwood, as he wishes not to grant insult to either. Rubbish, the law of it. Karens and Fowlers have hated each other for as long as anyone has hated anyone, and I don't think either of them are too eager. But damn Lord Anders withdrawing his rank from the Prince's Pass force that they're supposed to be assembling. I do not feel that we will receive much help from the West. Not in time.
I glad to Bela. I don't know how.
Well, that indeed is some grave news. It's too bad that they are unable to fulfill the wishes of the king and our prince as well.
Each of them is doing just enough to say they're trying. Damn all this.
Perhaps best then that we make no plans that rely on them.
You
That
definitely
sounds wise.
get the feeling he's also like just disgusted with needing to ask for this help in the first place. He's clearly very frustrated at his leg, keeping him from being able to lead the troops defending his home. It's one of those layers of frustration and helplessness things, where when you're having a bad day, you're like hard on yourself and everyone else. That
Yes,
type of vibe.
It's just the last straw in a very big bale of straws.
So he just carelessly sweeps his lap and sends the little bits of paper fluttering down. He goes, "Seven take the west anyway. From the east, we've got help and proof that Stormlanders and Dornishmen can fight together, just as the Vulture King proves it. I've withdrawn the last of my spies. I can't leave them there any longer, and as the Vulture King truly assembles his troops, there would be no way for them to escape. But even as we have naught but bad news from Ironwood, Fowler, and Charon, the news is not good from the Vulture King's camp. But thank the Seven, at least we have it. We know that in 6 days' time, on the day of the warrior, they plan to attack. He is mustering his troops, and they hope to take Graveston from me in one fell blow. If they do so, next would be a siege of Kingsgrave itself. We know what they're out to do, and we know when they plan to do it. What remains is what we can do to stop them in the meantime. By which, I am shamed to admit, I mean what you, my guests, can do to stop them. Damn this leg.
There's no shame here. You're here, unlike some. How defensible is this King's Stone?
Graves.
Out of character, it's Graveston.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got my
problem.
Kings and my Graves mixed up.
Yeah,
Yes.
right?
Kingsgrave is the tower.
Where we are.
Graveston, yes. Graveston is a small village, about 3 or 4 hours away. They say it's about half a day's drive, and it's just Graveston, so shortened from Gravestown. And it looks, from what you've all heard, it's kind of the breadbasket of Manwoody holdings. It's where most of his small folk are, but mostly it's just kind of where they keep their stuff. Just a few hours away from the keep proper, but it's kind of the true seat of House Manwoody.
Okay.
How vulnerable is it?
It has basically no defenses. It's just a small hamlet full of small folk that is, much like Old Granary that you visited there in Danetlands. What you hear from Lord Dagos is much like that. It's just kind of there. It's where a couple of peasants happened to make their houses close together, and then it turned into where they built the granary. And there's a small sept there, that sort of thing. So it's kind of not defensible at all. It's where the small folk live, and more importantly, it's got several good clean wells, and it's where the grain and stuff is kept.
I'm going to kind of meander over to Bela and just kind of speak softly to her, just kind of give you my own opinion so she can make a decision. Sounds like they take Graveston. Suddenly we're going to be relying only on our supply lines, and they're going to have a lot more supplies. Who knows how long they can hold up with that?
I agree. That would not be good to lose Graveston. Do we have any idea about their motivation for wanting to take this keep?
You guys notice Edric Dane looks a little nervous and sheepish, kind of like he did when he was talking to you guys about Jonathan Sand in the first place. But Lord Dagos nods. He goes, "From all that I've heard, the bastard just wants to take it." And 1 second. Damn it. Dickon. Yes, no, the other one. And he's kind of awkwardly twisting in his chair. And he brings out a small letter that you can see, like, the back of it is, like even as he's holding it to read it, you can see it's, like, soaked in blood. Like, it looks like a messenger barely made it here type of thing. He goes, "What? One of the Vulture King's scouts was bringing us this when we killed the bastard. It's an ultimatum. He makes it clear that King's Grave was founded on violence, and 1 moment, and so with violence it may be taken by another. He says he will rename it Lord's Grave when he takes my castle from me and claims this valley as his own. He's a bold one, this bastard. But
Flair for the dramatic.
it's when we got this, I sent my wife away and her niece and the other maids and most of knights and men-at-arms women as well. But if I need to, I'll die here. I'll not let some brigand take King's Grave from me." And you guys notice a bit of a like notes of grandfather's pride there, and you remember from your own personal history lessons that focus where they do in House Nymaryen, that Lord Dagos is a distant descendant of a Targaryen, Elena Targaryen, the daughter of Aegon III. Married for love her third and final time, and it was Sir Michael Manwoody. So he's got some of that proud, what's mine is mine Targaryen in him. You know, there's not a lord in Westeros that would relish the idea of abandoning his keep to some brigand, but you guys know a dragon on his hoard when you see one, right? The guy that's like just not going anywhere. You recognize that little bit of fire in his eyes as he, you know, makes that very clear.
Well, we will do everything in our power to keep that from happening, my lord.
I sort of addressed just the council general. Is the Vulture King accustomed to sending these kind of letters, or is this unusual?
You receive a series of shrugs from most of them. You do, Sir Balin, I know that the first Vulture King actually laid siege to Nightsong, Karen's place. But, yeah, Barrack, wasn't it one of your lords? And Lord Barrack kind of perks and goes, "Oh, yes, quite right. Lord Hammond, Lord Harlan, Lord Harmon. Yes, Lord Harmon." And you can see Adric kind of leaned up and gave him the answer. "Yes, Lord Harmon Dondarrion, along with one of the Tarleys, rode in and saved Lady Aelin. The Vulture Hunt, that's what it was called. Right, good times. But that was ages ago. Rather queer for them to go laying siege to places these days. Old-fashioned, this one."
You said that they were waiting on some troops to arrive. Do we know from where? We might be able to delay them by some means.
Dickon, bring the whole stack. Nope, not that stack, boy. Damn it. There we are. Here's, and he holds up. It's an irregular pile of scraps of paper. One is actually like some fucking vellum, or like cloth that had a note painted on it, and you can tell it's like little pictographs instead of words. Like, he's got this very irregular little handful of things. He goes, "Here's everything my spies brought me. here's what I know the Vulture King is up to, besides just pulling his troops together from all through the Red Mountains. He pulls one out. He goes, the ruins of the Tower of Joy have been used as a headquarters from his northern contingent. They've got some awful huge black foreigner, Maku Black, sometimes called Maku the Black. He's some basilisk isle bastard, fights like the devil himself, but he's overseeing the northern contingent. But they're said to be camping out at the Tower of Joy, so we could put paid to one officer there and perhaps delay their ability to draw troops from that direction. What else? Yes, we know that there is a shipment of armor coming in. One of my lads was an outrider for the Vulture King for a time, and they're supposed to be meeting up some shipment of armor, wagons and wagons of breastplates, shields, and helmets. Hundreds of men, they said. They're supposed to be meeting that convoy in a few days' time. Another one of their leaders is in the hills, not far from here, but still half a day's ride, given the way these mountains are. Sir Waylon, and you can see that Edric looks a little guilty again. He goes, they've called him the Butcher now. Some huge brute of a man, taken to dyeing his beard red with the blood of merchants, I hear. But they're supposed to be gathering the last of their troops from throughout the mountains, getting supplies and that sort of thing, and we might yet be able to catch him before Waylon brings his butcher's boys down to meet with the king. And, oh yes, the harlot, the thorn and the bloody rose, they call her. Some say she's the Vulture Queen. She was trying to get them all together before this sand came along. Devil of an archer, this one. She's the one running the River Ironwood, I hear. It's why Lord Ironwood says he can't send troops. So, some girl with a bow keeps the blood royal from sailing on his own fucking river. We know where their camp is. We know it's guarded with archers, but we might be able to kill her there. And then we've some troubles. Lowfields, my small folk, further north, further afield than Graveston. It's the only other real estate that I have. Borax miners, the huge old lake bed. We've not heard from them in some time, and my spy told me, Seven Hills. I'm ashamed to say it, but he said that the Lowfields might be siding with this Vulture King. He's been feeding them and offering them protection and promising not to attack them like he is Graveston. I've not heard from them or received taxes in some time, nor heard from Sir Edwin, my sole bannerman. He sees over Wind Tower for me. We've received no word from him in months, nor taxes or tithes, and Lowfields has not heard from him either, according to my spies there. We may be able to find allies if my bannerman could be mustered up or at least avenged, and we could deny the Vulture King allies by seeing what must be done to Lowfields. We've all these tasks and only a few days to prepare. Out of character, I'm willing to go over that list again quickly. What we're looking at is there are 6. I'm holding up a finger on my other hand, but it's using my push to talk button, so you guys couldn't see it. But I literally held up a finger because I'm so fucking smart. But yes, there are 6 tasks that can be completed, but you have 5 days before the Vulture King is supposed to attack. So you're going to have to choose which ones you want to do. In the fluff, they're all about a half day's ride. You do the thing, you ride back. Some of them might actually be, oh, we're going to ride there and then attack these guys overnight and then ride home. But we're still going to say, in the abstract, each of them takes 1 day. Okay, so we're kind of hand-waving some of the travel times because the Red Mountains are a mess. But basically, there are 6 potential things you can do, and 5 days to do them in. There is a 7th thing you can do, which is not on his list, which is you could try to kind of reinforce Graveston. Like, that's not advice he got from his spies or things that they got from tortured bandits or whatever, but you can attempt some mental and or social and or leadership type of roles to get your troops to like station near Graveston and dig some ditches and put up some defensive measures and kind of coordinate ahead of time who's going to fight where. And some of that will be defensive bonuses for troops if they don't move. So like you can set up spikes in front of your archers and they'll just get a bonus to combat defense unless they move away, right? So you can do defensive stuff. You can kind of coordinate with the troops for a day and get some bonuses later on. You'll get some bonuses for the battle on some tactics and command rolls. So there's 7 things total that you can do. You have 5 days to do them in. Is that making sense in the abstract?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go down the list again. I want to make sure that everybody's got them, okay?
Yeah.
So, in the north, kind of northwest, using the ruins of the Tower of Joy, you know that Maku Black, or Maku the Black, it's M-A-C-K-U, just like Mac, you. He is up there. Oh, shit, and because I'm smart, I forgot to mention this part. There's a bit of urgency to the Tower of Joy mission, because Sir Miles Manwoody is also a prisoner there. I was supposed to mention that when I talked about this black-skinned devil. Yes, Lord Dagos's younger brother, who's normally his like right-hand man militarily, is a prisoner of Maku the Black at the Tower of Joy. That's on me. He meant to rant on that, and instead I was like describing the guy. So, Tower of Joy, Maku the Black, and freeing Sir Miles Manwoody. There is an armor shipment coming, and out of character kind of meta narrative. This is an assortment of armor upgrades on the command chart in the back of the book, where they have weapon and armor upgrades for each troops, and all their shit just gets better. This is an uncertain but described as hundreds amount of armor upgrades that either the enemy will get or you guys will get. Then there is the Estate of Lowfields. It is overseen by a village reeve named Andric. And they just haven't been paying their taxes for a while. Some of the spies that were in with the bandits said that Andric might be susceptible to bribing from the Vulture King to provide like peasant levies, basically, just to bolster the numbers of the Vulture King, and, you know, a big chunk of Kingsgrave land. So there's the Lowfields kind of estate that is up for grabs as additional peasantry that can be either peasant levies or support army troops for you guys or for the Vulture King. Depends on how it goes. Next up, there is Sir Edwin Wynne, a landed knight who just nobody has heard from him in some time from his tower.
What was that
So
name?
no one's real Edwin Wynne. He earned his tower in Robert's Rebellion. He was a man-at-arms that got knighted and given a tower all at once, and he couldn't think of a better name than just using part of his own name. He's a little sheepish about it, maybe these days. Or he could be dead and like pinned to walls and stuff. Who knows? So you've got Wynne Tower that just no one has heard from. They don't know if they're all dead. They don't know if he's joining the Vulture King. They don't know what's going on there. Next up, there is the cave encampment in the mountains with Sir Waylon the Butcher, who is another Knight of Starfall, like a legitimate, I'm a knight, field leader, badass dude. Taking him out is just kind of taking out one of the major figureheads of the army and a right-hand man of the Vulture King.
How does that kind of guy end up with the Vulture King anyway?
You guys will have the opportunity to talk to some NPCs for a little more info about some of these things. I'm just giving you the very short form.
Go for it.
Then there is the Red Rose, the Bloody Thorn, the Red Thorn, any fucking mix of nicknames like that. This is a blonde-haired female Dornish bandit princess that dyes some of her hair like a bold red streak, much like Sir Waylon the Butcher. Everyone says it's dyed with the blood of her enemies, and she always uses red fletchings, and her archers are the best archers that the Vulture King has. And there's also rumors that she was the Vulture Queen in terms of being a leader. Maybe she's the Vulture Queen because she and the Vulture King are lovers. Maybe she's the Vulture Queen because she was trying to do what the Vulture King's doing now ahead of time. You don't know, just you got different rumors. But she has an encampment down on some tributaries of River Ironwood to the south. So you feel like messing with her would mess with some archers. And then the extra thing, without any like super cool dramatic NPC attached, is a day of coordinating with the troops, looking over the terrain, preparing Graveston for battle, building defensive stuff. That one is much more reactive than proactive, but you're also not gonna get any injuries or wounds on that one, so it's a little bit safer than some of the rest of these. You're not like risking anyone's life, but it's a little bit less cool. But it's your call.
Yeah.
So
out of character, that could be a good option if we do a bunch of these early on and we sort of have wounds that we're nursing, and the final day before the battle we really need a day just to heal up. We could probably leave that as a we can still get some benefit and we can heal up before the battle.
yeah, and you guys can choose whichever of these you want to do in whatever order. Narratively, it's gonna work either way. Just think of all of them as little side quest question marks that have popped up on the map. I'm not gonna put any of them on a time limit where like you all have to decide right now, and then oh it's too late, they got the armor because you didn't do it first, right? Like I'm not gonna fuck you guys with that sort of thing. It's just that's the basics of those jobs, and you have time to do 5 of them. And also for the record, like even if you guys don't decide to do an official spending the day prepping Graveston and coordinating troops, like it's gonna kind of happen off stage, right? Like, but for it to happen to the effect that you get a mechanical benefit requires a full day's investment from the PCs. Okay. So I don't want you guys to think that you're just gonna be completely worthless commanders that are like, no, we don't need to know where we're gonna fight or talk to any of our officers. Like, it's gonna happen off screen a little bit if you do nothing but other stuff, but to get the clear mechanical benefits, it's gonna take the full day. But yeah, I don't want you to think that like I'm gonna fuck you over and be like, oh well, nobody said you were feeding your troops this week, right? Like, I'm not out to mess with you with that level of micromanagement. We're going for like the big dramatic strokes here.
I don't suppose the fact that there are more things to do than we have time is to do with the two boons that got given to our enemies last session.
I happen
I don't know.
to
I don't know.
that it absolutely has everything to do with those boons.
Sorry, I forgot one of my players sleeps with me sometimes to get state
We have a
secrets.
spy on the inside.
You said that none of these were urgent and we can do any of these in whatever order you want, but you contradicted that earlier by saying one of them was particularly urgent.
Sorry, he feels it's urgent because it's his fucking brother.
Okay.
So like he was anxious about that one, and like, you know, I forgot to put that layer of urgency in his voice about it because I was busy trying to scroll down to the next bullet point and while I was trying to read, and I just went right past part of my organization. So yeah, like
Do you have a comment on that?
like to him, rescuing his brother is a big deal, you know, and probably to highborn, you know, nobles. You're like, wait, there's a knight prisoner by some, you know, Basilisk Isle, you know, pit fighter dude. We need to go, you know. But yeah, in the fluff, you know, mechanically in terms of timeline, again, like they're not going to kill him tomorrow if you don't do that one first, or you know what I'm saying? So,
Bela, I do have a thought on that. If we can rescue the Manwoody, that may Manwoody boy, man, I don't know how old he is. If we can rescue Miles Manwoody, it may actually come in handy when we try to get Lowfield and/or this missing Edwin under control, since he's from the house here.
Yeah, if we already have a Manwoody that we have freed, I
Especially
think that would
this.
be- yeah.
Especially this Lowfield village, having one of them show up, I think, might be pretty. Especially if they've heard rumors that their lord is injured and badly sick.
And they're already at risk of, yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I
Great.
think.
Yeah, does anyone else have any opinions on what we should do?
I have one more opinion I'd like to share just with you guys when the meeting's over.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. Would anyone like to share any opinions out in the open while we're here talking about them?
you guys do see like looks of grim determination on Lord Barrack and Sir Balin when there's mention of that captured knight. You know, like that's kind of an insult as well as you know, a threat, and potentially also a threat to security. You know, so like they're not speaking up. They're not going to actively suggest things because I want all this to be up to the player characters. But assume that most of them are kind of murmuring agreement with any argument to do any of these, but especially rescuing a knight is kind of a pricking the pride thing for Westeros folk.
Adam?
Yeah, I definitely think we should prioritize. Is Miles a sir or?
Yes,
not?
it's Sir Miles Manwoody. He's the younger brother of Lord Dagos.
That's fine. I got that bit. I just forgot to write down if he had a title. Yes, I think we definitely should prioritize rescuing Sir Miles. I also think that we should try to take out at least some of the Vulture King's lieutenants. It would be a blow to their morale at the very least, and would take out some people who are, for example, causing trouble on the River Ironwood and keeping reinforcements from getting to us.
Agreed. So you think we should go after the Red Thorn, the Vulture Queen?
Yeah, and well, handily, the ruins of the Tower of Joy have one of his lieutenants as well as Sir Miles, so that sort of takes care of two things at the same time.
Right.
Indeed.
I do think that if we clear the river, it removes the excuse that is being used to keep our reinforcements from arriving.
Agreed.
Exactly.
I like that as well.
And I think there could be value in checking in on Wind Tower. If we haven't heard from them, if they haven't been heard from in a while, that not only means that we are missing someone who can help reinforce us, but that they could potentially be lost to the enemy.
I have to disagree with the clearing the river idea. I don't think we can rely on, or we should risk anything to try to get reinforcements from the Ironwoods.
I don't expect them to come, but I intend to remove every possible barrier to them
So-
following their king and prince's commands.
Well,
Yes,
certainly,
I
I think.
enjoy doing it. Go ahead, Adam.
If I may, Jonathan Arsand is going to gather his armies to him, which means that even if we're not dealing with the archers at the River Ironwood, he will bring those archers to us if they are not dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
That's my concern.
I do like reducing the number of archers they may have, especially if some of them might be his best archers.
It may be worth looking into why, what exactly's happened between them. If they are not on good terms, maybe we have a possible ally.
Possibly. Or at least someone who we can get information out of.
We should just consider that as an option.
All right.
Okay.
I made a list. I numbered all of our little side quests, 1 through 7, including Graveston. And then I started prioritizing according to what you guys were saying.
Yeah, I made a list as Rusty kind of went over them again. So Tower of Joy.
It's kind of where I went. Looking
Yeah.
there you go.
The cave encampment. The River Ironwood.
So
Possibly.
So out
possibly
of character, I kind of want each of us to kind of have one that we choose to do, and then as a leader, I'll choose a fifth one, with that one potentially being the day of defense preparation if we need to heal up, right? So that's kind of like the wild card, and I can choose that. So so far you've all kind of agreed on the exact same ones. So I just want to make sure that each of you can like pick something that you think would be useful or your character would be, interested.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to wait for last pick, and I'll just there's plenty of stuff on that list I would be quite happy to choose, and I don't really mind what order.
Let's see. When in doubt, think about what the character will do. I say I agree with number 4. Let's investigate. If we have to take her out, we should. If not, maybe we could recruit her to get information.
Okay. And remember, our viewers can't see that list that we just posted. So,
yes,
taking out the archer lady, the Red Thorn, the bandit princess, who's at the River Ironwood and holding up, potentially holding up some allies. So I like that. I will say, Luke, you did suggest going to the Tower of Joy first. So, which of those two do you?
Which one is your final answer?
Yeah.
Let's go with Archer Lady.
Okay. Raina, which of these do you think you're the most interested in arguing for?
1, Tower of Joy.
Okay, yep, that's a good one.
I want to get Sir Miles out of there. That'll relieve a lot of pressure on the House Manwoody.
Okay. So Bela says that we should definitely try to take out some of his lieutenants. On the battlefield, they will be very dangerous to our troops if they are still there. And plus the troops that they're already sort of representing out there, we might be able to scatter some of them as it is. So I would definitely like to go after the the butcher.
Yeah, it sounded like Sir Waylon the Butcher was that big.
I also am of the mind that I would rather them not have all of these armor upgrades coming to them. And the fact that we might be able to make use of them ourselves would tactically be a really good benefit.
And just out of character note, since we're all just kind of meta chatting, it would not be possibly, like, you absolutely will, like, they have X number of units that will get armor upgrades. You guys stop them and you get that number of armor upgrades instead. So it's also not like a full pass fail. It depends on how many of the wagons you stop, type of thing. But then it's just going to be pick a unit and they get an armor upgrade. So yeah, it will absolutely, it's an abstract wagon full of stuff so that it can be an armor upgrade for any unit that you want. Like, instead of me going, yes, it's this many 100 leather breastplates, you're like, oh, well, that won't help any fucking cavalry. So that's why it's kind of abstract. But yeah, it's there are X number of armor upgrades on the table, and it is up to you to stop them. If you stop them, you get it, and they don't. So yeah, it's not.
Yeah, and we have quite the number of units, so it's not like we wouldn't be able to benefit this. We would. I'm sure Rusty could double that X, and we would still be able to use all of them, if not more.
Yeah,
so.
It's not only like keeping them from having it, but we get the benefit instead of them, so it's kind of like a double bonus.
And not to metagame like too much, but to be out of character, the armor upgrades will make a big difference in the combat. So this isn't just like a small thing that has some small difference. This will be a large benefit.
Yeah, it's stats for units are literally just kind of stats for characters. So like armor's a big deal. Just like it is for you guys that you want to wear armor when you fight. all the little nameless, faceless 1,000 troopers you've got are like, yes, I too would like armor, sirs. So yeah, they're pretty meaningful upgrades there.
Yeah. So in Bela's opinions, that's what she's going to put forward. Those are her priorities. Adam, do you have any thoughts?
How do you mean?
About
the order?
On the list of things that we're interested in doing, we can't possibly do all of them. What are your thoughts?
Like, what's your pick?
Yeah.
So right. Okay, that's what. Yeah,
sorry, I was trying to be in character and not just being, well, each of us gets to choose one.
Sure. That's okay. I got a bit because I'd already kind of said.
Yeah, I know. Right, so, I've forgotten. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's all right. Right. So Tower of Joy and the Armor Delivery have been picked, and so has the Red Thorn and the Cave Encampment. Is that right?
It sounds right to me.
Although, just to let you know, I'm not really sure whether to do the armor upgrades or the red thorn, or sorry, the butcher, the cave encampment.
Hmm.
Like honestly, like probably the armor is the more tactically sound, but Bela is probably a little bit more biased in going directly after some of these bandits. So given the two, she would choose to go after the butcher first instead of the armor wagon, leaving the armor wagon to be her flex pick on the final day.
Okay. I guess I can pick that then, if that helps.
Absolutely. And so that would
Sure.
mean that the two that we are not choosing to pursue would be the Sir Edwin Wynn and reinforcing Graveston.
And
King's Grave.
nobody. Well, it's Graveston is the
Graveston,
village
oh.
that you're defending, and also I don't think anybody picked Lowfields, did they?
No,
no, we
that's
didn't.
what I say. Because like I personally, like as a player, I'm really interested in what's going on at Wind Tower, but I'm not going to I don't want to scupper the efforts by pursuing it when no one else is like when it's not like a high priority as some of.
Well, I think it's specifically
for
why
obvious
everyone's picking one, so you can do the one you're interested in without feeling like you're, taking everyone down or.
Yeah, I think I'm just worried in case it sort of turns out to not be helpful. If you know what I mean. Like if we turn up there and just everyone's dead, it's kind of a non-event. If you know what I mean.
A non-event if everybody's dead.
By which I mean like we're not it's not going to help at all. We will have learned something, but it won't be useful in the upcoming stuff.
It could very well be useful, right? And
I mean, I feel like Rusty probably wouldn't have put it in the list if there wasn't going to be something useful there.
Based on the spoilery thing I just read, that's the case. Yes.
Yeah. Lowfields and Wind Tower are the kind of role play options. If that's going to help people make up their mind. If I wasn't clear with descriptions, that's fine. That's on me. I tried to make it clear. The rest of them were like, go here and kill this guy. Fucking Rainbow Six. Let's do this. And Lowfields and Wind Tower weren't that. So if that helps anybody make their pick, Lowfields and Wind Tower are the ones where you guys are a little more likely to talk to people. And you might still have people to murder. Who knows? But they're different.
I mean, like those. I mean, I am. It's not that they're all things I want to do, but we don't have time. So as someone who's geared more towards social things than fighting things, I wouldn't mind breaking up the fighting stuff because it is quite fight heavy. But I also kind of don't want to drag people along on a thing that they don't do.
Let me say this then. With all these fighting things that we're about to do, the chances of us getting some injuries and potentially wounds seemed like a decent chance. And if there's a day where it's a little bit less fighty, where we can go and talk to some people, that might be good.
Yeah. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. Yeah. Right, so I guess then, I mean, Wind Tower seems to be a kind of mystery kind of thing, and Lowfields, it seems to be we would be like convincing Andric to sort of solidify his support for our side and not take bribery from the Vulture King, and maybe convince the peasants to support us. But how much that's more, I guess, just trying to keep them from going over to the Vulture King's side.
Yeah.
So yeah, as much as like I would very much like to do that, like I don't think. I guess I'm kind of thinking of like what argument could I use with the small folk to kind of bring them on side, and I can't really think of anything that I'm going to be able to say terribly sincere.
So I think there's a few of us that might be able to come up with some extra reasons. We might also think of some better reasons once we've heard their reasons for perhaps not sending taxes and maybe being more aligned with the Vulture King, right? So that might be something where we'll better know once we get there.
As a smarty pants of House Nymaryen, where you guys have a super cool weaponsmith, and you are like renowned smithy in the area, you do know that you guys get most of your borax from Lowfields. It's flux. It's used in making the flux for welding and joining metals and cleaning metal and stuff. So like it's not gonna like matter in this fight. Like no one's gonna automatically get better metal armor right now, but like you might, strategically, your house maybe has an interest in keeping Lowfields, protected and out of this fight. Because
though that having been said, I mean, if we defeat the Vulture King, then we're kind of automatically going to like keep him off Lowfields anyway. But that's
maybe.
maybe.
Or you guys might be wiping out all the peasants of Lowfields. I mean, that's the thing. It's
this is cruel, making me make decisions. I hate it.
We don't have to decide this second, so
like we can put ashes on the back burner because we got you guys have decided several, right? So we do have a couple of them basically ready to go, and like I said, you don't have to call your shots entirely just yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna need time to agonize about this.
And remember, you guys do have some NPCs to talk to about some of them. That could potentially get you more information that could help you decide. Like basically, you guys could all be kind of peeing on it and making it yours by calling dibs on one job or another right now, but you don't have to like stick by that, right? Like figure out what you want to do tomorrow 100% for sure, so that you know what time to get up and what outfit to wear. But yeah, you don't have to plan out the whole week and then bad things happen if you change your mind later or whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong, bad things are going to happen, whichever ones you guys don't do. It's just the nature of this. You pick, X out of X plus any number. So, bad things will happen, but not, because you changed your mind. So what is the consensus for tomorrow's? And then we can pick up from there with you guys asking for more in-character information.
So I think we'll roleplay into the urgency of the prisoner being held by Maku the Black.
We could also question any men there that survive about the other areas.
Yeah.
This guy did.
I think that's a pretty good route. Okay.
All right. Who wants to give voice to that choice and start asking some questions?
I will be the decisive leader and say, Lord Dagos, I believe we shall go to the Tower of Joy and confront Maku the Black and rescue the prisoners that are held there.
He doesn't, like, it's not like a big show of emotion guy, but you can see that he like changes and relaxes his grip on like the little armrest of his chair. Like he wasn't going to beg for people to go rescue his brother instead of something else, but you can see he's kind of relieved when he hears that that's going to be tackled. So he lets out a kind of a wet sigh. It's very phlegmy and sick and gross. He's, oh, thank you. And mayhap that will help Lord Bryce find south on his maps, and some Stormlanders might make their way down here when invited for once. If what I hear is true, it's the Black Army that is holding the northern end of Prince's Pass. And perhaps without this damned foreigner Maku overseeing them, the harassment may ease up, and of course Sir Miles may have news of the Black Army's disposition and the like. I sent him north with 300 men, and only a faint handful made it back. That's when I asked for help. And you do notice that there's like a couple dozen House Manwoody soldiers around, like they are noticeably thin on the ground here. It sounds like that's kind of where they went. He tried to go lead a sortie, and it did not work out. But he does try to make it sound like a strategic thing. So, no doubt, if we answer their demand for ransom with steel instead, Sir Miles will have some valuable information, of course.
Oh, this is a real bad time.
So the Tower of Joy, is it an actual tower, or is it just named that?
It is a tower. It's a ruin of a tower at the moment.
Ah, that's important.
Young Edric Dane pipes up. From what I hear, everything above the first floor was destroyed. I've never been able to visit it, but I've always wanted to. They tore it down and used the wrecked stones of the higher levels to build cairns for those that fell there at the end of the rebellion. Like my uncle.
Okay.
I hope they have not disturbed the burial place of our fallen brethren.
You see a look of existential horror cross young Edric Dane's features, because you can
scared the
tell
boy.
it never occurred to him that anyone would do that. And now he's like, so yeah, looks like he's.
I'll give him a reassuring little pat on the shoulder. It's all I can do. But
Well, it's just Sir Arthur's armor. I guess his bones are back at Starfall and Dawn, but you don't really think they would disturb the rest of a Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, do you? And Sir Oswell? And oh no.
it's all right now. Don't think about it.
The honor of those who died there as well. Now they'd have to be barbarous to disturb the resting.
Sorry.
It's usually
Okay.
me that says the wrong thing.
Well, it seems perfectly sensible that Raina would think this, because Maku Black is from somewhere not Westeros.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Adam to say that.
That's racist.
Well, actually, as a foreigner, he would have no respect for the Christians that
Like, you got no reason to care for these people.
he may not even know.
The good news is the bodies have been there for 20 years, so he probably isn't going to eat them.
Why would non-Westerosians
Wow.
give a shit about
See-
Westerosi heroes? They wouldn't, and they think it would be it would demoralize a lot of people. And
The other thing, though, is could Maku the Black convince a bunch of Dornishmen and Stormlanders to desecrate those graves? Yeah.
probably not.
Like, to be clear, he's not running like a whole army. He just calls his wing of the forces the Black Army. But yeah, like he's the only like known foreigner there. It's not like a whole bunch of them. And people from like the Basilisk Isle don't have like a huge reputation for grave desecration or whatever, you know. But
I mean,
yeah, I mean it's a
Still,
concern.
still, he sounds like a dick.
Sounds like a dick. Okay.
I just kind of nod.
All right. Well, that's fine.
Well then, on the morrow, and here's hoping that by nightfall tomorrow, Sir Miles is returned to Kingsgrave. One way or the other. And Lord Dagos kind of sadly wheels himself into his solar to rest. So you guys have other NPCs you can chat with, and remember one of the things to do. Just real quick, a small out of character reminder of another task that is on you guys is deciding which NPCs to take with you on each of these, because you can use your NPCs, but you can only use them once each. Some of them want to go on certain jobs more than others. So you might want to talk to your NPCs to see which jobs they want, because they might get little bonuses if they go on the jobs they want to go on.
Okay.
Because maybe the GMs had nothing to nerd out for a while. So maybe he picked out favorite missions for all the NPCs, because that's just how he rolls.
Okay. I'd like to backtrack a few moments before Lord Dagos leaves, and I'd like to ask him if I could have a word with him in his solar.
Yeah, he, to be clear, all I was doing there was like declaring the meeting itself over and giving the table to you guys.
Okay.
You can certainly follow him in there. It's just like from this point on, it's going to be you guys talking to NPCs, not in War Council mode, because the War Council made a decision for the day. So yeah, he just kind of wheels himself back in there and, you know, nods for you to come on in.
Okay.
That was on me. I could have been a little clearer there.
It's fine. It's fine. Lord Dagos, do you mind if I ask you how you became injured? Was it in battle with the Vulture King's forces?
An arrow. I was leading some of my riders up into the mountains to go after the butcher, and just some of their skirmishers. One shot me clean through the leg, pinned me to my horse. It was a good horse. It used to be a good leg. But yes, this was days ago. I was lost in a fever for a few days, and during that time, my brother chose to ride after the Black Army. While I was feverish and ill that we first heard of Lord Bryce's delay in the north. So my brother hoped to relieve that pressure, and instead we were slaughtered.
You have my condolences. I know what it's like to lose a horse to brigands. Well,
We'll do everything in our power to bring Sir Miles back safely.
yes, you have my word.
He has his sons kind of bumblingly preparing him some mulled wine. And you can see Maester Ferris putting a little something in there. Probably going to help with the pain a little bit, stuff like that. So he's here, he's lucid. But you can tell he is fine with being done talking whenever you guys are done talking to him. Like, that's kind of the zone I wanted to put him in. Like, he's never going to say, I need to go take a nap, I'm exhausted, you know, but like, he's in that zone where it's he's not going to offer much. It's going to be you guys asking stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
No.
I think we're happy to let him rest for a while. So.
I like to grab Maester Ferris's attention before we all split off.
Sure. He's right there.
Maester Ferris, the Lord, how is he? You get a chance to look at him?
He makes a bit of a wrinkled nose face. His leg is not well. I suspect we'll know by the end of the week whether or not he can keep it. But indeed, we'll just need to see. His humors are woefully imbalanced. They may have been putting filth on the arrows, or it may have simply been his mingling with horse's blood that did it, but it's a foul thing.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I excuse myself from the server.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll ask some of the NPCs that are there if they have any thoughts on the missions that we've talked about, the excursions, and I guess if there's any that they would be most interested in seeing go out with us.
All right, you've got Oberyn Martell there.
Mhm.
You've got Lord Beric, Lord Edric, and Sir Balon. Who do you talk?
I'll talk to Uncle Oberyn.
Give me 1 second to answer this chat question.
Sure.
All right, there it is. Yeah, you guys here in Dorne, the question is Jon still around, or is just an actual bastard of Ned, or never born, yada, yada, yada. There have been some changes to the timeline in terms of Viserys and Dany and some of the other kind of rising to prominence characters. You guys have not heard of Ned Stark taking a bastard home, but none of you really would have had much reason to, except maybe Adam asking when he was in the north, but it never came up that you heard. You never heard about some Jon Snow being raised at Winterfell, such a scandal that, you know, Ned Stark brought a bastard home. So yeah, it sounds like a Jon Snow was never born. The battle did still happen. Everyone does still know that, again, in the north, they say Mad King Aerys's Kingsguard slew Lyanna Stark, right? Or you know, that's the dark rumor. Most people don't want to speak ill of Sir Arthur Dane or whatever, you know, but they say, oh, that's what happened there. But in the south, it's, hey, this was where, you know, the usurper king's right-hand man invaded Dorne with a bunch of northern, you know, loyalists to his cause alone, and slew the great hero Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of Morning, and blah blah blah. So like the battle still happened. The same group of Northmen still arrived. The same 2 Northmen still left. But you know, there's no real talk of a baby in main timeline Westeros either. You know, like nobody knows that that's where Jon was found or anything. You know, so yeah, no one talks about Ned Stark raising a bastard or anything like that. All right, we good, Bad Nug? Holler again if you got another question. And then Erica, you were going to whom first?
I was going to Uncle Oberyn to ask him what he thinks about some of these excursions and if he'd like to join us on one.
He is lounging against a wall, doing that cool guy pose.
Of course he is.
With a thing of wine in his hand. He goes, I wonder if it might be fun to pluck a rose. I have not seen the River Ironwood in some time, nor a blonde with a streak of red in her hair. And as your beloved Aunt Elia and I have chosen to never cross paths, as it were, perhaps another Dornish archer woman may be a flower worth smelling.
Perhaps. Just remember that what side that she's fighting for here.
Right
Sides
now.
are fluid.
Yeah, I mean, he'll still bang her. He'll just keep his sword, his spear nearby.
I have no doubt.
You still need my goddamn plan.
I was, yeah, like, as soon as he said that, I was like, of course he's going to pick like the warrior woman, so predictable.
I learned it from watching him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where Luke learned it.
Okay.
So yeah, you get conversation in that direction from him. He gives a completely unconcerned shrug when you talk about her being on the other side. He's like, for now, niece, for now.
I mean, maybe he's just that good. He could like win her over.
Well, maybe.
Okay, we'll see what happens.
Again, he's stealing my plan.
Um,
Well, there's nothing to say that you can't, have a coordinated effort.
Yeah, but I'm just mad.
I'm typing that. I'm not saying it out loud.
okay, let's see. How about Lord Barrick?
Lord Barrick is pointedly striking a different dashing pose than Oberyn Martell. You can see he still just looks a little bit nervous at Prince Oberyn. He wasn't there when the Red Viper arrived in Wyvern's Rest. They haven't seemed to have hung out very much, and he's still giving your uncle a little bit of a nervous side eye, which is pretty fair for a Stormlander. And he's got his dashing half cloak or half cape kind of up over one shoulder, so it's got that asymmetrical look to it, and it's fluttering in this cross breeze in the hallway of the tower.
Nobody else gets the benefit of that breeze.
Yeah, it's just him. No. He just gives a bit of a distasteful look, like it's unpleasant that this is a concern. He says, it seems awful queer to me that a bannerman who earned his spurs in battle and a tower besides would be quiet for so long. I'm curious to see what's happened to Sir Edwin.
Yeah, it is curious, isn't it? Alright.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'll ask Sir Balin Swan.
He is chatting with young Edric Dane. Sounds like they're both just kind of talking about the history of Robert's Rebellion a little bit. And he glances up as you arrive and asks, he goes, a shipment of goods was supposed to go from Sunspear to my own home. And it was made quite clear to me that it was the butcher's men that killed those merchants. I think I wouldn't mind a reckoning with him if you've room for one more in those accursed little caves. If I'm ever to attack caves in the Red Mountains, I'd like it to be by your side.
Right?
We would be happy to have you with us. And what of you, Lord Edric Dane?
Edric looks a little bit surprised to be asked, but because you did call him Lord instead of like Squire, so he straightens up a little and goes, I have rather always wanted to see the Tower of Joy, and now I'm a little worried about the cairns. I wouldn't mind going there if I don't have to go with Lord Barrick. Like, if you think he'd be all right without me.
Well, we can talk to Lord Barrick and make sure that he's okay with it, and we would be happy to have you with us.
Out of character, I believe that's everyone present,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That was everybody you checked with? Okay.
Okay. So we got profs from Beric and Oberon and Balin and Edric.
Yep, so that's 4 of the 9 that I have a list of. So the others include the 2 of the sand snakes, the Squire, Damon Sand. And then we also have Lady Alicene Mormont.
I had mentioned it in the chat, but I'll say it out loud so everyone can hear. We had talked a little bit, and if you guys don't want to do it, it's fine, about taking Elia Sand to one of the less dangerous missions if possible, just to kind of give her a taste of what's going on. She's had to kind of stay back from some stuff.
Out of character, you do know that she has fought before. She was excited about getting to kill Stormlanders. Was her thing. Just that she hasn't fought Stormlanders before, but she has fought brigands and bandits, and I mean she's a sand snake that's close to 16. So like she's probably been killing people for a couple years now.
Okay, I wasn't sure how much experience in the killing people regard she may have had. I guess I was thinking less, but
no,
that's what we talked about.
I knew from the first conversation with her that she has killed people.
and it could still be a fine instinct, but yeah, just so you know, like she has fought before. Another quick out of character note: little Robert Frey is not his own entry. Lord Edric Dane is in fucking Dorne, so he's branching out a little bit from squiring for Lord Barrick right now. But like little Robert Frey doesn't have his own thing going on. If he comes, it's going to be with Lady Alicene. If he stays behind, it would be because Lady Alicene told him to, But yeah, just a note there. Some of the other knights and squires are able to be branched out. Like Damon Sand is reputed to be a very fine fighter on his own, and Oberyn Martell isn't likely to be like, no, I need him, right? So, but yeah, Alicene and Robert are still considered one character here. Robert Frey doesn't have any troops from the twins coming down for him to command and turn into his own whole ass NPC.
You start calling up cousins.
Yeah,
they're everywhere. They're embedded in every family by now.
It's the bard trope where one dies and you just rip off the pad of paper with the next character.
I got plenty.
So yeah, he's I promise he's gonna still count. But you've got Obara Sand, Elia Sand, Damon Sand, Alicene Mormont, and Oris Waters still to find and just kind of see where they are here in the keep.
If you do want to bring Robert Frey,
name Sir Waylon the Butcher. That's where he's going to want to go.
Right. Well, I was already planning that beforehand. Like, ooh, that sounds like a good one to bring Oris to.
Yeah, I feel like Oris's first question is going to be, which is the biggest, baddest one? And whatever the answer to that is, that's the one he'll want to fight.
Well, let's figure it out. Let's go and chat with Sir Oris, the Aurochs.
All right. Sir Oris the Aurochs seems to have fallen back into just things that are comfortable to him, which is A, taking his shirt off, and B, swinging a mattock. So he's got his old mattock axe that you guys have seen him use it to kill people before, but mostly it's a campsite tool. But he's over there working on
chopping wood topless.
he's digging a trench.
Turning him in half like Captain America.
Some of the soldiers are preparing privy trenches and stuff. And you see Oris is over there in just his pants, swinging that mattock, and you notice that opposite him, digging in the other direction, is Obara Sand in not much more than just her pants, swinging a mattock, and standing in between them, practicing with her spear, is Elia Sand. As you approach, you can see that Oris and Obara are glancing at each other between swings, and it looks like they're racing. They started in the middle, and they're seeing who gets further out. Obara is in leather breeches and a leather sports bra wrap type of thing. It's just a long leather strip around, like a binding almost, around her chest, and like that's it. Like the rest of her clothes are off too. And Oris has his stuff off. Alia is still dressed, but she's absolutely not playing referee like she's supposed to. You see her just like going through a spear routine and practicing some of that wushu Dornish style spear bullshit like her dad does.
To be just kind of off to the side, I will grab my spear and I will go and just kind of start sparring with her.
She gives you a kind of dubious squint and then an almost feral grin, and like starts in. We'll have you roll me fighting plus roll me fighting, but then add any specialty dice. What specialties have you got for awareness?
A couple. Let's see. I have notice as a specialty for awareness.
Sure, roll that. So roll fighting, but use your notice specialty, and you can kind of try to test her mettle with that.
No spear specialty, or just another specialty?
No spears.
Okay.
We'll just, like I say, you're just kind of just playing around and checking her out.
All right, cool. I got 14.
All right. You know that she has fighting 3, but expertise spears.
Sorry. Not 14. I've got 2 5s and 2 4s. That is 18. I cannot add.
You got good enough to get it.
I saw 4s. I went to the 4.
She has fighting 3, but some specialty dice in spears and expertise spears. So it's kind of functional fighting 4 with them. So like she's doing pretty good, but you can tell that her spear work is spear work. Like with a sword or something, her footwork would be all wrong. It looks like she's gotten pretty much all in on spear fighting. But like for like a 15, 16-year-old, she's doing pretty good. So
yeah, I will be sparring with her in the background. Yeah, I also have specialized heavily in the spears, so probably learned some from her father.
So you guys hear that going on. Who is gonna go chat with which NPC?
Adam, why don't you go talk with Oris about what's going on, and I'll go talk with our cousin.
All right. What do you want me to?
Oh, just let him know what the sort of expeditions we plan on doing this week, and see if he has thoughts on them, if he'd be interested in joining us.
All right. I mean, I expect he will, but I'll find out exactly which ones he wants to come to.
Great, thank you. Then I shoot Raina a glance.
How did I know this was going to happen? The one time that I'm not like rushing to his side, I get told to go to him.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We're helpful.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
So Oris glances up at you, but keeps on digging. As you actually, let's just roleplay it out. Like, how much of this do you want to give in detail, or do we want to do the kind of abstract half roleplay thing where you just cut to asking him, or what? I'll leave it.
I'm fine to roleplay. Like, Adam's just going to like approach. He's not going to get like super close or anything because he doesn't want to like catch any of this stuff in the face.
This time.
Definitely don't want a mattock or some dirt in my face.
Yeah.
Quite happy to take in the view from a few paces away. So we have a plan of action now, Sir Oris. Lady Bela instructed me to come and update you. We're Sorry, did you say where we were going first, Erica?
The Tower of Joy.
We'll be going to the Tower of Joy first to accost one of the Vulture King's lieutenants and hopefully rescue some prisoners, including Sir Miles Manwoody. Would you like to come with us?
He does not stop, but I'm not gonna try and like grunt in time with his swinging.
Yeah.
So you get from him, yes, I'd like to see the tower. I'd like to fight a Basilisk Isle pirate. I'd like to rescue a knight. Sounds like a knightly thing to do.
I thought it sounded like pretty much the perfect task for you to be involved in. There are a couple of other lieutenants we are hoping to deal with, but that was our first. That's going to be what we do first. It seemed like a handy 2-in-1 situation.
The White Bull isn't buried by any other lieutenant. I want to fight that one and visit the grave. The White Bull was the nickname of the Lord Commander of the King's Guard that died there.
Well, you shall get to see that then. Lord Edric is going to be coming with us as well.
That just gets a non-committal grunt.
Yeah, like Adam's just being awkward. He's like, I don't know what to do. See, all right then. Well, is it tomorrow we're doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, be ready on the morrow then.
7 blessings, and he just keeps on plowing away at that train.
7
And
blessings.
and to you, fleeing, just
Glistening in the sun.
All right, so that's one more preference noted. You have Elia and Obara right there.
Yeah, so I will, I'll explain to them that we have a few places we're going to be traveling to weaken the Vulture King, and I'll lay them out. Like, tomorrow we're going to the Tower of Joy to blah, 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 and then...
Seen it.
Yeah, we'll be going to the a cave encampment where there's the butcher.
Can't fit a horse. And this is the two of them kind of answering in between either swinging a mattock or sparring with your brother. They're just kind of both like, well, Obara's just kind of more grunting. Elia is kind of tauntingly sing-songing out her answers.
Okay. There's a shipment of armor that we intend to rescue from the Vulture King.
Boats or wagons?
Wagons, I believe.
Elia looks.
That, do you?
Elia looks hopefully at Obara, who takes a few more swings, and then goes, "Aye, that one. Unless you've got something else with horses."
Maybe there's there's the Red Thorn. She's a bandit princess down by the river Ironwood.
Seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
It is absolutely unclear to you if they mean the river or the Vulture Queen. Like, it could be either way. Like maybe we hung out there for a few weeks. Maybe they just mean like we've seen the river. Impossible to tell. much like when Prince Oberyn was like, "Yeah, pirates," right? Like you're just like, there's no further information. I don't want to go down that flow chart. It could lead anywhere.
I'm already like,
There's a couple that might be less combat oriented. I don't figure you're interested in those.
Neither one of them answers you.
Great. So when it comes time to rescue those wagons and their gear, I will let you know.
You get a grunt from Obara, and a very sharp smile from Elia.
I'm going to feign dropping my guard as the conversation ends, and then as she comes at me, I'm going to try to disarm her.
Okay. Her spear goes sailing, and she twirls away from you and saunters away. I had to go check on my horse.
I give a grin and a little polite bow, of course, and I put my spear up.
I feel like
to...
if Elia was like a modern day person, she'd have been like texting like this and not paying attention.
Yeah, she refuses to acknowledge that she may have been beat, and she walks off. She heads off in like past Oris's trench is the direction, like back towards the stables and stuff, and there's a disturbing amount of shimmy in those hips. So Adam might be alarmed about that.
Yeah, I mean, like that's very much like narrowing the eyes. Just, God, you're annoying. She's so annoying. Here.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know, Adam. I feel like her.
Well, why don't you marry her then?
Well, there's an idea. Let's
Yeah.
finish off the Sand contingent by talking to Damon Sand.
Right. You don't actually spot Damon Sand for a little bit. You're walking around the kind of encampment out here, and then you see that despite Uncle Oberyn and also Damon staying in the keep, there's a big fancy pavilion tent that's been put up flying the colors of House Nymaryen Martell, because that's kind of how knights and lords show that they're here. There's also a tent for Beric Dondarrion, for Balin Swan. It's just kind of a way to show who's in and kind of who's leading an army, right? And Edric Dane has his own fancy tent up. As you approach the tent with the Nymaryen Martell colors on it, you absolutely unmistakably hear the sounds of fornicating coming from inside there.
Okay. I can give that some time, and I will go find Lady Alicent first. No reason to interrupt.
They're here, Bela.
What's Bela's awareness like?
Awareness 4 and empathy with 1 bonus in empathy.
Yeah, you found Lady Alicent.
Oh, did I? Great.
And Damon Sand.
Oh,
yeah.
perfect.
There's no mistaking those bearish grunts, and they're not coming from Damon.
Good for her.
Yes. Great. I will say.
This is why everyone likes Cornish armies. We have plenty of people to fuck.
Plenty.
All right.
Oh my.
Plenty.
I don't think Bela has any intention of interrupting this.
Like, we're not moving this straight up into shooting a porno with like, oh no, the leader of our army's here. Will we be in trouble? I hope she doesn't spank us. Yeah. So you are able to go busy yourself elsewhere in army stuff for a little bit, and then you are able to intercept them later And you notice that they're not like walking hand in hand or whatever. Doesn't seem to be any like lovey-dovey stuff going on, but they both have an unmistakable spring in their step as they are making their way through the camp and like towards the keep, that sort of thing. So you're able to catch both of them at once. Little Robert Frey is luckily nowhere to be found.
He's too young for this.
Yes, he was not. He was not stuck sitting outside or something or stuck sitting inside. He was off at some.
Oh, geez, this again?
Yeah, I gotta wait. But yeah, you come across Damon Sand and Alicene Mormont. So yeah, the burly she bear and the danger twink, just walking their way through the keep.
Danger twink.
That's a fantastic summation of Damon Sand.
We will now refer to them as by their couple name, the Sand Bear.
I'm now thinking that Adam's the anxiety twink.
Maybe. Yes, it's yours.
Okay.
Like what's the characteristic that sums them up being really anxious? Anxious and stylish.
Okay. I will approach them and say, "Hey, I'm glad I found both of you. There's some expeditions that we'll be undertaking over the next couple of days, and I'm curious to know if either of you'd be interested in assisting with some of them." And I just kind of like lay them out.
Lady Alicene, and again, neither of them seems like embarrassed at being like caught together. They're just both pretty upfront about it. Lady Alicene squints and puts on kind of a scowly face and goes, "Something must be wrong at Tower Wynn if fella known for swinging an axe doesn't answer his lord anymore. Something queer's afoot there. That ain't right. Bannermen should answer when folk call. The North remembers that sort of thing. I'd like to see what's going on there." Ed Squire Damon asks if you have spoken to Prince Oberyn yet.
Yes. Yeah. He has a preference to go to the River Ironwood and meet the Vulture Queen, as some would say.
He just gives a like matter of fact, like that's settled type of nod. He goes, "Well then, let's go meet the Vulture Queen together."
All right. Very well.
Out of character, I believe that is all your NPCs, right?
Yes, and thus concludes
Should be
the
on.
wheel around the NPCs.
Okay. I'm gonna suggest we go ahead and take our break just
Yes.
now then. And while we're on break, think if there's anything in particular that needs to happen tonight, or how much we want to maybe start with just kind of an in media res when we come back. So, viewers, we will see you in 10 minutes and enjoy our save screen and downtime music. And we'll see y'all when we get back.
One second. Here we are.
Welcome back, everybody. You are here just in time for it to be roughly high sun the next day, just right around noon. And our camera is going to slowly pan in through the valleys and peaks of the Red Mountains of Dorne, and you're going to see the ruins of a tower, a fairly humble keep, carved of the same red stone and everything else, that has seen better days, as most of it has been collapsed. There's a fair amount of loose stone still just kind of scattering and half covered by sand and grit. Other bits as our camera drone swoops around the back of this keep. You see a series of cairns laid out side by side, all of equal size and showing equal respect, and the rusted husks of weapons sticking out of the dirt near the head of most of them. And then the camera drone swings back around, and you see the front of the gate, or the front of this keep. And in the distance, maybe 80 yards away, you see a couple dozen archers in the colors of House Nymaryen, lobbing a steady influx of arrows at the top level of the ruined tower, and at a few of the windows. You see a dust cloud of riders in the distance circling around, and you see our band of brave heroes as Oris and his warhammer finish the cleaving blow required to batter the front gates of the Tower of Joy open. Who is the first in the door? Let's roll initiative and find out.
Oh, it's time.
It is time.
I haven't rolled dice in about 10 sessions, I think. This is great.
Yep.
This
So
is
remember,
athletics.
This is agility.
Agility.
With the quickness specialty, if you've got it. And then after you total everything, you subtract your armor penalty.
Oh, I knew there was a catch.
For me, I rolled bad. 14 minus 1 is 13.
I have a 16.
I've never lost an initiative before.
I rolled nearly
4.
perfect.
I had a lot of ones. Yeah, I would definitely be trying to keep her from being the first one in the door and apparently failing. I mean, where the fuck are you?
Bela,
shit.
don't be the first one. Oh shit, there she went.
What do we got for Adam? I've got everyone else's.
5, because I only rolled 2 dice, and I chose to put Adam in his fancy green scale armor, which is minus 2 AP, so minus 2 from, I rolled 7, so yeah, it's a bit pathetic.
That's all right.
Hey, I rolled 6.
Adam's. Yeah, you're going faster than Rhina.
Oh wait, I've also got like minus 2 to move or something. Hold on.
Yeah, that's just movement speed. It shouldn't come up with your archery.
Oh yeah, minus
much.
2 yards to
Yeah.
movement.
So, leading the way is Bela, the sand spear. You dart inside, and it's weird because you're used to your eyes having to adjust in a tower, but there's still floors of the tower. Like the first floor is still mostly there, like the roof of it, like what would be the floor of the second story, is still mostly there, but it is missing several keystones. So instead, your eyes have to adjust to immediate darkness while the stairwell spiraling up is lit, while some opponents in the back of the tower are lit. It's just kind of a bizarre thing, because you're like, I went through a doorway, shouldn't it be dark in here? And they're like, no, sometimes it shouldn't. But you are up first. You see a handful of archers. We're going to go with several that are making their way up, like are stationed at the spiraling staircase headed up, and they're kind of trying to exchange fire out front. You do see moving shadows in the sun that's coming through what should be the second floor. You remember that there are troops up there also. But immediately of concern, right in front of you, you see about a half dozen bandits with a mishmash of bows and spears that are all pointed right at you. And in fact, an arrow sails right past your head, and you see like another arrow that was stuck on the inside of the door just as it went blasting off its hinges. So it looks like they tried to get the drop on you, but right now you've got the drop on them. You can, with the reach of your spear, You can reach some of them.
I would like to reach some of them. Yes.
All right.
Should
Um,
we tap them on the shoulder?
So yeah, there's
Hello.
about 6 of them that are down here on the ground floor. Some of them are in the process of dropping their bows, but 2 of them in front have their spears out, along with some burnished copper shields in their offhand. You can reach and like get into melee with those front 2.
Sure. Let's do that. Alright. So of course I'm wielding the spear of our people, and it's not the best of rolls at all.
The spear of our people.
The good news is they're bandits. They don't have a ton of health and stuff.
Okay, so I have an 18.
I think that's more than effective against bandits.
I hope so.
Yep, and he has. What's your base damage?
Two-handed, it is 6.
Oi!
So that'd be 18 damage on this guy.
And pierce 1.
Yeah, just describe the kill. He's got one of those round shields with like a little spike in the front, and they're wearing hard leather armor. Some of them are in soft leather armor with bits of ring mail. It all works out to about the same. Not enough is the amount of armor they have. So
Okay.
describe the kill shot on this guy.
All right,
Is.
So Ors busts down the door with his hammer, and I leap right through it, and I see these 2 right there right away. And my initial reaction is just to make a quick feint as if I was going to go high so that he raises his shield up to block it, but instead I maneuver the spear right around the side of the shield and just open up his belly from side to side.
Indeed, you do. He messily expires, wailing in pain, and falling to the ground, rethinking his life choices. Very, very brief.
Let that be a lesson to you.
And next up, at 14, Edric Dane charges in. And you guys hear a high-pitched, but in the confines of this tower, it sounds powerful, as Starfall rings out. And he goes rushing in with a broad-bladed war spear in his hands. And he goes charging up, trying to keep up with Bela.
Good for him. So long as he doesn't die.
His lowest die was a 4. Now the bad news is he's not keeping a ton of dice like most of you lot, but because the dice are hot, that's still a solid 16, thanks to Castle Forged. And this guy's combat defense 6, so that's going to be triple damage. All right, that's going to be some. He does not get quite the same clean kill shot you do, but he charges in and he just punctures right through the guy's kind of light shield. They're not quite bucklers, but the Dornish style of round instead of kite shields that we see on the show. And he just punctures right through it with the edge of his spear, because all his weight is behind it on a charge. And he slams it back into the guy's shoulder, and then gives it a twist and yanks it free. He's definitely fighting with the spear, at least, in more of a kind of northern Westerosi, this is how I stab a boar type of way. It's not the slashing, twirling style. But it looks like a solid shot, and that bandit kind of falls backwards against a wall with blood jutting from his shoulder, and his left arm hanging kind of uselessly at his side. Little Edric did a wound.
Little.
Good for him.
I mean, he's pretty little. And then we have Luke at 13.
Luke, who is not used to people going before him, is somewhat surprised as two race by. Realizing it needs to join the action, he also rushes in and will locate one of the bandits and attack.
Are you going for the ones on the ground floor or the ones like starting your way up the staircase?
If I can get up the staircase and get them up there, I will go that way.
Yep. You can cut a sharp left on your way in and get to one of the archers who is hurriedly kind of pivoting. They see you coming. You guys aren't like surprising them. But yeah, you can still reach one of the archers.
Okay, I strike with my spear.
That was a solid clatter.
There is a few dice in this. Let me see here. I have a 18 total.
What's your base damage?
With two hands, which no, I'll be using one hand with my spear up, my shield up, so it'll be 5.
All right, that is still going to do it because once again, that is tripling the damage, and that is enough against these guys with their not much armor. Describe your kill shot.
Luke rushes up as he brings his bow down. It's no use as a defensive weapon, and Luke stabs right through his gut. And then withdraws the spear ready for the next.
Okay, that is that one down. And next up at 11 are the bandits. So we've got several with bows that are looking at you guys instead of outside. So we've got, say, 3 of them that will be taking shots. And they're actually all going to go for Luke because he is the clear threat. He's the one actually charging their way.
Well, I'm glad I brought that shield.
Right?
All right, and what is your combat defense, sir?
It is 13.
All right, 1 arrow gets you for 8 points of damage.
Okay, my armor will soak 4. I'll take the other 4 as damage.
All right, so no injuries or wounds yet, so it's still kind of glancing off armor or your shield, but like it still kind of sucks. The next one.
And
is
for
a
those at home, I
clean
have
miss.
12 points of I can take 12 points of damage. I have 8 currently, so 8 left. Sorry.
And then that's that. What was your defense? I'm sorry.
My defense is 13.
That's just 1 degree. 4 points of damage, I believe, is going to be eaten by armor, right?
That is correct.
Yep. So that one just glances off your shield, but one of them kind of slams the shield into your chest enough to knock you off balance. Feels about like a good punch, but as a trio of archers go, that could have gone a lot worse for you. All right, the wounded one will lash out back at the young Lord of Starfall. And he actually rolls pretty well. That's not super. 1 second as I math. All right. So yeah, he recovers from it and kind of charges in and just using his mass is stabbing what would normally be kind of an awkward overhand strike. But Edric is able to just barely get his heavier spear in the way, and it knocks him back with a grunt of pain a few steps, but it has not drawn blood. And then we got 4 left on the floor that are going to go after Bela. One will whip a
4?
javelin.
Okay.
You're
You
scary.
you were the first one in, and you're the scariest compared to Edric Dane.
Fair.
What is your defense?
It is 11.
All right, that is a 17, so it will be double damage. He is whipping a war javelin at you, so it's going to be 8 points of damage.
Okay. I will take 3 points of damage after my armor soaks 5 of that.
So yeah, it's kind of glances off your armor, but it still sucks. Like it's still kind of a bash.
Yeah.
Another one whips a javelin your way. 15. That is only going to be 4 points
Okay.
from this guy. So I think armor eats that, right?
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
So we'll just say like you're able to duck it or twirl the spear impressively type of shenanigans. And then 2 of them are rushing at you with their spears out. One of them has his spear in both hands. One of them is wielding it in a more Dornish style with spear and shield.
Okay.
And that is 1 clean miss and 1 hit for 5 points.
My armor can soak 5 points of damage.
All right, so several glancing blows, but nothing your armor and your skill at arms is not able to handle. Next up at 10 is Oris. Did anybody... We got 1 going that way, we got 2 on the ground. Oris is gonna go for not crowding the stairwell, because he would crowd the stairwell. So Oris will charge in to protect young Lord Dane. 3, 4, 5, 6.
What's that noise mean, Robert?
Just, who knows?
Thoughtful.
It means he knows Bela can take care of herself more. Like he's less scared of.
It was a sassy sound, so it's like.
Just those two spending a lot of time together. My fanfic I'm writing is all.
Oh, squinty eyes.
So as Edric gets knocked back a few paces by a barely soaked spear attack, he is replaced by Oris, who just comes charging in, swinging his hammer over like over Edric's head, like a baseball swing, just like right over Edric and into this guy, and it hammers him into nothingness, because that poor bastard had already taken a wound, so he had even less means of mitigating the damage that was in the 30s. So that guy learns a valuable lesson about not attacking lords, or at least adorable, good-hearted cinnamon roll lords, where Oris can see it. That's Oris at 10. Next up is Adam at 5. So you've got about 4 bandits on the ground floor and an assortment of roughly a half dozen on the stairwell leading up. You've got a pretty clear shot on any of them, because the 2 that are currently in melee with Bela might be tricky shots, but most of the rest of them aren't engaged in melee right now.
Okay. Well, I guess we'd probably go for whichever one seems to have the clearest shot.
There's
clearest line of sight too.
There's one on the ground floor that just got done throwing a spear at your sister.
That's not fucking on, so.
All right, go for that guy.
One shot me, but that's fine. Take him out.
I'm above shooting my rivals in the back. For now.
Right now.
That's not great. But I do keep most of those.
Yeah, that's the reassuring thing, is you're like, oh, these aren't great, but I have a lot of dice, so I get lots.
Whole 6 of them. I should have thought to aim. Never mind, I'll do it next time. So that is...
Yeah, everybody kind of had to move in this round.
Yeah,
so.
That fair enough. Right, okay, so that is 10, 15, 17, plus 1, 18.
All right, and what's your base damage?
4.
All right,
and they get 1 less armor resistance because it's both piercing.
Yep, piercing 1. That is going to total up All right. Just as he's recovering from like the follow through of his shot, he straightens up and gets an arrow right in his shoulder. Which kind of he staggers back a few steps to slump against the wall. That was a solid shot for a wound.
Yeah, he was too busy throwing the spear and wasn't paying attention to the unassuming fellow coming up with the bow.
And it probably would have been a cleaner heart shot if he wasn't right in the middle of throwing and recovering and stuff. But yeah, it is a solid shot. Which brings us to Reyna at 4.
Yay!
Mm-hmm. I believe in you.
I know that Oris chose not to go to the stairway because it's already full of like Bela. And I think
No, Bela's on the ground floor. Luke went up the stairwell.
Luke did. Is it a standard stairwell, one person kind of at a time?
Luke and Reyna are both pretty girlish and slim
It's true, folks.
compared to Luke and Oris.
I know you have my plate on, so
So yeah,
extra
say
slim.
All right then, I will
characters. Go ahead.
I'll join my brother in the stairs.
2 characters that aren't Oris can fit on the stairwell without penalty. Is basically what I had in mind for the group that is here. So yeah, all right. He just dropped 1 archer on the stairs. You can make it to the second one, though. So I'm assuming you're gonna like stab him.
I'm gonna stab him with my sword. I do have my shield, so I will be on the outside of the stairwell.
Okay.
Because I don't want to. Anyway. Mediocre. Like, literally mediocre. Five, 8. 13. 14.
Do I hear 15?
Just 14, sorry.
All right, 14. So it's gonna be 1 extra degree of success. What is your base damage?
My base damage is 5.
So that much get through. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
That's crap.
He is not quite down. It is a solid shot. He tries to like block with his bow in a panic, and you just hack through it, but you lose enough of the momentum that it's not the clean kill shot that you wanted. So he is staggering kind of awkwardly back and upwards a few steps and going for a sword on his belt. Which ends the round. So let's go back to Bela. Top of round 2. You got 2 guys on you that foolishly brought spears to a spear fight with you.
They foolishly brought themselves to a Bela fight.
Uh-huh.
So if I wanted to multi-attack, do I split the dice pool into 2, and then for my kept dice, that's also split in half as well?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that would be enough to really hurt them very much on its own, if I'm being honest. So that would be 2 kept die per attack. And yeah, I'm just gonna aim and attack a single one of them.
Alrighty, you want to get...
Aim.
You guys were moving the first round. Like, everybody had to kind of, like, charge in for your minor action type of thing.
Yeah.
Are you going for the one with the shield or without the shield, Erica?
The one without the shield.
Alright. Go for the more dangerous 2-hander combatant first.
Yep. And I have a roll of 23.
Oh, you almost hit him.
Almost.
So close. Describe your kill shot.
So after taking the javelin shot from the one guy who's further away, I kind of pull that out of me, but in the hand I was still holding the spear, I twirl it to dazzle them a little bit, and then take both hands and just straight shot right through the chest, and then pull it out.
Yeah, the feint looks like it kind of threw off the guy with the shield a little bit more than this one. This one, it just didn't matter. Like, he was watching the spear, he was trying to block, he just couldn't. It just too fast, too strong, and he is down. It's a couple 100 pounds of dead meat on the end of a stick.
Just too damn Dornish.
That brings it back to Edric at 14. He's gonna go charging the two that are throwing javelins at Lady Bela. So another kind of high-pitched, pure noted Starfall rings out, and he and his boar spear go charging to engage those two in melee. Look at him rolling a solid little 12. That will be that. And he actually did charge this time, which increases his base damage. And yeah, one of them was already wounded from Ash. Or no, that was one of the... No, that was one of the other guys. So yeah, this guy just also takes a wound. So yeah, young Lord Edric charges in and kind of just shield bashes the guy back with like the haft of his spear, just kind of holds it crossways while the guy's trying to draw a new javelin, just kind of rams him backwards against a wall and then gives him a stab as he backs away to menace him with the blade end. So Starfall doing work. And Luke. Work.
Okay, Luke will move towards one of the unengaged archers, and I guess I'll take an aim and attack.
Unfortunately, the next archer that you can reach is already engaged. You can't get past him cleanly to get to the next one. Okay. So it's going to be you and Reyna stabbing this guy to death together, like a family.
Well, we'll do it with teamwork.
The family that slays together stays together.
This guy is gonna be dead, I'm pretty sure.
Better be.
23.
Oh God.
That will do it, especially because he was already grievously wounded by your...
And I will look at my sister, and in the midst of that, I'll say, I am pretty sure this one was half killed by you, Raina.
Oh, are you really going to roast her in the middle of a battle?
Yes, he is.
Is it really Maester Pycelle being roasted here?
That's awesome.
Well, when he's not here to defend himself.
Well, we don't have that kind of time. We only have a week.
No, true. We have 5 days to get stuff done, and all of it's taken up with Pycelle talking.
We can clearly see the individual who has...
Let me know when you're done.
It's
All right.
painful to listen to.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't have this kind of time.
All right. A javelin clatters harmlessly off Oris's armor, and that fool has made the mistake of making himself a target. One spear thrust at Bela will connect for 5 points, which I believe means you just described the armor and the spear and your Dornish woman's skill, making it a non-issue. That takes care of the floor level. We have 3 guys upstairs. One on. Reyna, what is your combat defense?
Me?
Raina. Yes,
God damn
that
it!
would be
I'm so
Raina.
sorry.
There we
I
go.
swear you said Bela, and I was like, why isn't she answering? I swear to God, that's what I was thinking.
It's all right.
All right, my combat defense is currently a 13.
Okay, that is a miss then. This one will shoot at Luke because you two are the ones threatening them immediately. A 14 on Luke will be a hit
That is,
for 4
hit.
points. Yeah, 4 points of damage, I believe, is going to be armor and shielded away.
Yeah,
and
then
then
pass the shield, hit the armor, and not go in.
and then one of them shoots at Adam because he has started shooting people, and he's the one that's like standing there in the doorway with a bow. What is
that guy's
Adam's
gonna be
combat
dead.
defense?
Hold on, I think it's 7. Yeah, combat defense 7.
Okay. This is
Wishy.
12. That is a hit for 8 points from
Right,
an
well-
arrow.
My armor resistance for the scale is 6. So
2 points will get through. No need to make it an injury or wound, which means it hasn't really drawn blood yet, but it's kind of just like a hard punch against your armor that still kind of, knocks the wind out of you a little bit. Think, it's going to be a bruise instead of anything major. That is them.
I'm just gonna make a note of that.
This is the end of the bandits on turn 2. You guys hear a terrible howl from upstairs. There's no other word for it. It's this undulating war cry that echoes eerily and terrifyingly in the kind of mismatched stone acoustics here inside the tower. At 10, Oris is up. Technically, you can't throw this type of hammer, so he's just gonna stay on the ground floor. I was thinking it'd be kind of cool if he Thored the guy, but I don't want to just make up throwing rules on the spot for that sort of thing. And so he will stay down here on the ground floor. He'll go after the one that threw a javelin at him because he probably didn't even notice that Adam got attacked yet. So javelin, that's a couple 6s. Yeah, javelin guy just gets pounded to the ground with an overhand swing that just cracks into shoulder blade, and just every bone below that point breaks and crumples, right? Just legs, but he just gets plastered to the floor.
I mean,
Nice.
that's what you get for messing with Horus.
Part of this is that also you guys have given Oris and Edric +1s on all their rolls for going on the mission that they wanted to go on. So they're just getting a little bit extra, and I'm just going yeah, I probably didn't have to do that for Oris. He's pretty okay without the +1s against these fucking bandit guys. So that did work. That's Oris at 10. Adam, you are up next at 5.
Pew pew. Cool.
You want to shoot the one that shot you?
Yeah, definitely. That insult will not be. Yeah, it's unacceptable.
Because it didn't draw blood, I'm going to say that his arrow is landing at your feet. And if you are willing to use your instead of an aim, if you want to grab his arrow and shoot it back at him, you can.
Oh, you know what? Just for the extraness of it, fuck it. I'm going to shoot him with his own.
So it thumps off your, it thumps off your scale mail pretty hard, and then it barely digs into the door frame, so it's right there within reach. So yeah, you can kill him with his own arrow.
Can I spend a fatigue to aim to make this better?
Can if you want to.
I just want to hit him extra hard so he knows what's up.
All right.
Right. Fucking hell, that is way better. I'm clearly alive with righteous indignation. Okay, so that is 26.
Yeah, that gets him. What was your base damage again?
4.
Yeah. Where do you want to shoot him to kill him?
In his pride.
Right.
I don't know, like, you know,
Eyeball.
I feel like there's something to be said for a nice gurgling throat shot.
You see his eyes widen as he like watches you specifically grab his arrow, and he can't do anything about it. So we've got that. That one's like a one of those action shots that we see in movies where like the camera goes like right at him, right? Like it's like a little mini camera on the arrow, basically. Yeah, that's what happens. And yeah, it plugs him clean in the throat, and he falls backwards against the wall, and gurgles away, rebounds off the wall, and pitches off the stairs to land on the ground floor.
Good.
And that brings us to Reyna at 4. There are 2 more archers up the stairs from you a bit. You can reach one. Actually, let's say these 2 are kind of side by side shooting down at you both. So you can reach, yeah, you can get both.
We will advance. And I will attack. I'm going to aim this time. I don't remember what I get for that.
That yes, it's +1 bonus die to roll, not keep.
Right.
One of them looks like just kind of a broken man militia type, thick with Andal blood, wearing the tatters of what looks to be Stormlander garb. It's just thicker clothes. The other one is a swarthy little Dornishman. Do you attack the Stormlander or the Dornishman?
I attack the one that's on the outside of the stairs, so I don't cross up my brother's spear work.
Okay. We'll say that is the Dornishman.
Okay. Well, then I will attempt to skewer him with sword, not a spear. Or an arrow.
Or a cutting barb.
Or a cutting
Use vicious mockery.
Yes.
Double checking my captain number. It is 19.
All right. And your base damage again?
5.
Was it 5? Okay. That's going to be... yeah, that is going to drop. Describe your kill shot, madam.
I will dart forward, or upwards and forwards. I'm not sure, 4 steps, let's say. Leading with my blade, and I will enter. The sword will enter his body just south of the sternum, going up. And then I will remember it and drop.
Nice.
Indeed. A clean kill. In as much as any kill with a sword up close is like clean. That ends the round. Bringing us back around to Bela. You've got 1 fool still within spear reach.
All right, let's reduce that number to 0. Wow, never seen so many 1s and 2s. Let's see. That adds up to 17.
This one does have a shield though, but what's your base damage?
6.
That's still gonna do it. Yeah. That is another clean kill shot. Describe.
Alright, this time, because this one has a shield, I'm going to use like a trip attack to knock the guy on his backside, and then 2 hands bring down the spear right into his skull to crush it.
It works. His skull is in fact crushed, rather messily. Blood comes out of places blood is not supposed to come out of, which is like any place on
Yeah,
his
it's
body.
supposed to
Like
go
it's not
anywhere.
good. Like anywhere up there, it's not great. And he crumples, staggers backwards, kind of drunkenly for a few steps, and then just keels over dead. Edric is going to throw his spear because he wants to be a helper, but he's not real good at throwing because most people aren't. But he's gonna give it a go. There's an injured archer up there, like past you lot, and he's gonna try and get that guy. Boxcars, motherfucker, suck it. So that's gonna hit. That's gonna be 1 extra degree of success, but it's not much damage. That guy is already got a wound though. I'm just keeping it simple with just 2 wounds for these guys to like wipe them out. So yeah, it's gonna finish that guy off. It's mostly that it's a big heavy spear. It just kind of sticks into him up high as he's trying to like draw his bow back. It gets up and underneath into his armpit. And the guy is just kind of stumbles backwards and slumps against the wall. It's not an insta-gib like most of these cleaner kill shots, but that guy's down and bleeding out, just like, a boar that gets stabbed in the vitals that way. He's dead, he just might not know it yet. So good for him. Edric Dane racking up kills. All right, Luke. There is one more archer on the stairwell. He is a burly Stormlander longbowman that is hurriedly reaching for a wicked little axe on his belt because your sister is in axing range.
Luke is gonna yell, "Good news! I need one of you alive, taking volunteers now." And if he doesn't immediately put his hand up, I attack him.
He does not, because he is currently being menaced by an angry lady in dragon scale armor who just murdered one of his friends.
Half murdered.
Half murdered.
Oh wait, no, this one I didn't half murder. I all full.
Well, it was
full
half
murder.
half murder, half self-defense.
But I will give up my aim action to yell that out, and then I will attack him normally since he's not giving up.
We didn't check for poison yet. He could be half dead from poison already.
Well, that's a lot too.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Just roll it.
12 to hit.
The good news is that hits. The bad news is that's going to be 1 extra degree of success. What's your base damage?
5.
That is not quite going to do it. It's a solid shot, but he's got on pretty, like I said, compared to the Dornishman, he's wearing thicker stuff. It looks like he's got like 1 really good bracer, and he's able to kind of partially deflect the blow. It swings low, gets him in like the belly instead of, an honest vitals shot. He's hurting, but he is not down. Oris is up at 10. He is just going to come kind of stomping his way over towards the stairs. He's just going to do like a full move action and start sweeping his way upstairs to be basically in melee with you 2 and that remaining archer. Like he's moving in that direction. Which brings us to Adam at 5. There is 1 wounded archer left. He is engaged in melee with Luke and Reyna, but we're saying that's going to be 1 less kept die. And if you completely shit the bed, like a bunch of 1s type of thing, then you might hit one of them. But if not, we'll just go with an abstraction of basically some cover. So 1 less kept die if you want to shoot that guy. But that's the only target you've got right now. It's basically that or hold an action.
Okay. I'll do that then, but can I take
Yeah, you can aim for the bonus die this round.
Yeah, I think that would mitigate it.
I think that's a good call.
Yeah, so I could, it means I'm still rolling 6. I'm just like keeping less. Oh no, that's bad.
Well, if you
Oh.
shoot me, I promise not to murder you right away.
I mean, I have I mean, I have a lot of destiny points stashed. That
Well, let's hear what your total is before we worry about that.
11.
Okay. For clarity's sake, he's only combat defense 4. So like I said, you are going to have to roll really poorly to critically fumble type of thing. So that is a hit, and that one is already wounded. That was Luke, right? Yeah, you just stabbed him low. So while his defense is low, and he's trying to adjust to his new life with a spearhead in his gut, Adam shoots him high, and he, kind of falls over backwards, arrow stuck through his face, and is no longer worried about that spear in his.
Nice.
Brings us to Reyna at the end of the round. There are moving shadows at like the opening going up to the second floor, which is also now like the top, like the roof, basically. And you did hear that blood-curdling war cry up there, but there are no visible targets down here.
How do we gain access to that portion of the... Do we have to go through like a...
Just keep going up the stairs right now.
I was going to say point Oris at it.
Yeah, it's not closed or anything. It's just keep going right up this stairwell.
All right.
Like
well,
you can see the...
And then we advance. I've got the shield. He's got a spear. And I've got the sword, so...
All right. So you will move up. How far up are you moving?
Till we can see what the hell.
Okay.
I don't want to rush too far ahead of everybody. I want,
And combat initiative is always a little bit weird. But that is going to put you solidly in the front either way.
I know.
When you see what must be Maku the Black with an 18 initiative. He was going to be coming down start of this round. He and a few more bandits, he's got 2 of them behind him kind of rushing to keep up. The bandits are going to go at bandit initiative, but he has his own. He's got his own stat line by quite a bit. So he is a long, lean figure that still has a surprising amount of muscle mass on him. If everyone's familiar with like the actor Jimon Hanso, that just sort of long, lean, pretty bulky build, very, very dark skin, covered in scars kind of everywhere. A few of them look like burn scars. Most of them are stabs or slashes. This is a man who has lived a life of violence. He has on kind of a partial Knight of Dane armor. Like you can still make out the Starfall sigil, like etched into the front of it, but the plate mail is like missing half or more of it, so it's kind of scraps of armor here and there that add up to like both shoulder pads and kind of half of the breastplate riven down the diagonally down, and then like one arm still has the bracer and like a bicep cover, and like it's just this weird kind of mishmash of armor that is gleaming silvery, Dane Knight of Starfall polished against his ebon black skin in this dizzying mixture of light and shadow as he comes running down with a weirdly curved sword in each hand. He has an arak in each fist as he comes charging down, and Maku the Black attacks the Lady Reyna, who ended up just being in the front up there.
Kind of hurt.
All right, 1 second. 3, 4. All right, the good news is his dice roll wasn't great, so he had to keep a. Bad news is it still adds up to kind of a lot.
What happened?
That is a 23 against Reyna's combat defense of 13. So that will be 3 degrees of success. That is 16 points of damage.
You were
As he just starts to swing at you with this dizzying flurry of strikes, one arak after the other, sometimes both of them together for extra impact, sometimes one just behind the other. So like one of them hooks the shield and pulls it out of the way, then the other claws at your armor. It's this flurry of about 6 or 8 strikes as he just roars down at you. How's that looking after armor?
like 11. 11. Okay, let's see.
How much do you have?
As a quick aside, he was right on that last damage multiplier.
Oh.
So you can make him lose a die, and that would
Hey, it's been
take
a while
off.
since we've done this. I kind
Right?
of forgot about that.
So you could do that. That would knock off 4 points of damage, which I think would put it down into something you can mitigate with just your health points.
Yeah, I think so too. So let us spend that destiny point.
All right, that
To
will do
reduce-
it.
That will make it.
Sounds like it would be 7 points after armor then.
Yeah, Reyna didn't survive the fight with King Robert to like go down by this full.
Right?
Rusty, I sure
Alright,
it
so-
was 16,
Yes, he has a base damage of 4.
and I thought
And
it was
he
triple
had-
damage.
He had the next one up by
Oh.
just a hair.
Quadruple, okay.
Yeah. So he had the next degree he had. I mean, then she knocked it down to 12. Armor knocks it down by, I
Okay.
guess, 5. Right. So 7 points. And yes, for the record, Maku does have destiny points. He actually has an extra one, thanks to, I don't remember who in the
Curse
chat.
you, bad dog!
Such a mystery. But he does not spend it.
Hold on.
All
I
right,
need to kill.
what's up?
I need to eat how much damage here?
I don't know. What's your
What was your total? I mean,
okay? If you spend the destiny point, then you need to soak or deal with 12 points of damage.
all right. So I need to deal with 12 minus 5 is going to be 7. Right. So
Last time I checked, yes. So yes, 7 points. How much health have you got?
9.
So yeah, that's the easy out, is just take it as nothing but health.
I actually think
Because-
I'm going to. Yeah, I'll do that.
So they come just roaring in at you, clawing at your armor, bashing at your shield. You're able to kind of stumble back and down a step, and the height difference is enough to keep one swing that would have been much more serious. So that destiny point is kind of a luck thing. And that is him at the top of the round. So Bela, you are up next.
Okay. I guess I will move to charge. The charge action.
Okay.
Can I have fallen back enough to clear the way?
Well, yeah, you're not the problem so much as just like distance in the stairwell, but with a charge you get like extra movement also, So, sure. Sounds good. You will be able to charge him.
All right. I have one cocked die, so I'm going to roll that again.
And if you want, Reyna, I'm going to say you can back up enough to not be engaged in melee with him anymore, which has both upsides and downsides, but it was a solid hit.
Yeah.
So it's your call. Do you want to have backed out of melee to open up that spot for someone else, or no?
I actually want to because I feel like it would make sense.
Okay.
how
So yeah,
hard-
you makes perfect sense to me. So yeah.
So this is a 14.
All right. His combat defense is that. Base damage.
Normally is 6, but 8 on the charge.
Right, on a charge. So that'll be that much. He's got that much armor.
With Pierce 1 as well.
All right. He very narrowly evades what would have been a lethal strike. Again, using the weird curve of his Aroc, he's able to kind of guide your thrust in a way that most men couldn't have. And he almost makes it a miss. So it is a fat stack of health damage, but it is only health damage. He's able to twist with it and leave it just shrieking off his armor, but it still throws him deeply off balance, and you're able to kind of just like rush him enough that you know that took a lot out of him to not get skewered by. Yeah, that on a charge is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it wasn't a great roll, but...
Edric Dane is up at 14. He is going to draw his arming sword and start towards the stairs. He is moving with determination, but not madcap haste, right? He's like, I gotta do it. These are the guys that are up there to fight. I could do this. But yeah, so he's moving in that direction, but he's not going to do like all-out sprint movement to rush and engage, because he also just doesn't have his spear, which is his, bigger weapon. So Edric is just kind of making a move in that direction. Luke, you are up next.
Okay, Luke's gonna move in and recklessly attack the big guy.
Alrighty.
Okay, if you reckless attack, I have 26 total with the bonus round.
Okay. 1 second. What is your lowest kept die?
Lowest kept is a 2.
Okay. So that'll knock that down.
No, I'm sorry, it's a 4. It's a 4. I have my 2 piles mixed up.
Okay. So there's that. And what is your base damage?
It is 5.
All right. That will be 15 points damage minus that. All right, an injury gets through. That one is able to draw blood while he's twisting frantically away from Bela and her Valyrian steel spear. You are able to kind of slash at his less protected side and get some damage in, drawing blood and catching his attention.
And leave myself a little bit open, I'm afraid, but
That brings us to the pair of bandits that are just behind him. One of them, with a spear, will countercharge at Luke.
combat defense is currently 9.
This is not actually a charge. Sorry, he is moving to engage and attacking, not the formal charge action.
But
That is
8, not 9, 8.
8. Okay. That is a 17 to hit. So. He will spend that to increase that and make it 15 points of damage.
Okay, I will have to take an injury here. So I have armor rating 4, which brings down to 11. And with another injury, I can reduce it by 5, which is 6. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so it sounds like a pair of injuries.
Just one injury, and I will have take 6 damage out of it.
All right, so yeah, as you are off balance and exposed attacking Maku, he comes at you. This looks like a burly Stormland militiaman type that knows what he's doing with this heavy spear, and he's able to thrust it and get it between bits of your armor and leave rivulets of blood coming down lower on your armored body.
Luke lets out a wince of pain as he turns his attention to the new attacker.
Next up is the other bandit elite guy back there. He is going to whip a javelin using the curvature of the room and stuff. Like, he could probably attack anyone but Bela, Reyna, Luke without penalty, because no one else is like engaged in melee. Let's roll a die for it. Ash, declare high or low for yourself.
Low.
Okay. Because of Ash's choice, a broad leaf-bladed war javelin flies through the air at Edric Dane. You didn't know which you were choosing, but you put you at one end of the spectrum, and anyways, so yeah.
Also,
It's
so it was
just-
me or him.
Well, no, it was 3 of you. It was you, him, or Oris.
Well, none of those are good, so...
He's like, I don't like any of those.
And yet he chose his rival.
But
I really don't think Edric Dane is a rival.
it is not a great roll, and Edric is able to kind of yike and duck, and the javelin whips past him. These guys aren't as good at throwing as they are melee, and this dude still just rolled some shit. He rolled 23-32 were his like kept dice side by side. It was not great. Like,
Wow.
it was number 2, 3, number 3, number 2. Like, it was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
not a great roll. That's them at 10 or at 11. Oris is up at 10 and has nothing to do but kind of shoulder his way up, like next to and past Reyna.
I'm no fool. I let him by.
And he actually shouts, "Lord Dane!" And just casually drops his hammer and like reaches out an empty hand in the general direction of behind. And young Edric will be scrambling for a spear to try to toss him next round, because then they can have a long reach weapon and still help out. We can try that. We'll see if that works. Which brings us to Adam at 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and help with this by taking out, well, going for one of the one of the bandit guys.
All right, you've got one bandit guy that's whipping javelins at people, one bandit guy that's engaged in melee, and Maku the Black that is engaged in melee. So the safest shot would be the javelin guy, just reestablishing your aerial superiority.
I definitely want to go for him. Like, not least of all, he's just like throwing something at my friend. Can I put destiny points behind this to make it better?
Remember, you don't have to declare that until you roll.
Okay.
So first, just declare your action. I'm assuming it's going to be aim and shoot, and then just wait and see the dice. You get to make kind of informed decisions on destiny.
Okay. Well, there's a pair of sixes for a start, so that's good.
Could be a lot worse.
Yeah. So, 23.
Nice. Unfortunately, these guys are bandit elite, not just bandit. So they do have a little bit better stats, but 1 second.
They're bandit prime.
Basically. That is still going to be a solid shot.
Would a destiny point make it a better shot?
You were just barely at the multiple that you were at. So unless you dropped a really good, did you drop a 4?
No, it was a 3. Was like the next one. So
yeah, so it wouldn't quite have been enough unless my math is off.
That's fair
but
enough.
yeah,
I'll hang on.
Yeah, it was a lot of his health and an injury, so it does draw blood. It's a solid shot, kind of just into his leg. Your aim's a little bit low, and Elia isn't here to see it, but it is still a solid shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad she's not here to see an imperfect one.
They can't all be kill shots against guys wearing armor and stuff.
No, I know.
And that brings us to Reyna at 4. Do you have any ranged combat type of stuff?
No. I don't worry about me. I got a plan.
Okay.
And my plan is to
Not worried.
catch my breath.
Okay.
A little more worried.
So the catch your breath action is greater action. You roll your endurance. I don't know what counts as a success.
Threshold 0, so anything above 0 is 1 success. Anything 5 or more is an additional success.
Okay. So successes equal points back.
Every 5 points is a degree of success and removes 1 point of damage.
Okay.
So it's difficulty 0. So just if you roll 5, you get back 1. If you got a 10, you get back 2.
I rolled a 10. Well, yes, a 10.
Rusty,
Alright.
what did it be? 3? Since anything above 0 is 1 degree already, right? Or am I wrong?
Right.
Oh yeah, because it's a difficulty 0. So yeah, it's automatically 1 and then more. So you get back 3.
Yay!
You owe me 1 box.
I do owe
You
you
never-
a box of damage.
And you never know when 1 level can make a difference.
Yeah, I'm
so
happier
that-
with 4 instead of most of my damage gone.
That's Reyna at the bottom of the round, which brings us to Maku the Black at the top.
Oh boy.
Ugh.
Bela, call evens or odds for
Oh,
yourself.
Lord.
Evens.
Okay. One second as I double check some thingy. And yes, double check some thingy is as specific as I'm gonna get.
Very technical.
Very.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Damn. Okay. Okay. He takes a greater action, divided attack, which is normally not cool, but he's pretty good at stuff. And you guys are already a little beat up, so I don't want to kill anybody outright. He hits Bela with a 15 and hits Luke with a 16. He just had pretty hot dice for that. Bela, you are
Defense.
combat defense. Why can't I find
11.
it? Oh, it's because I put Erica instead of Bela. Everyone else got their character name.
But not you, Eric.
I was like, where the hell? All right, so,
Yeah, and I'm still at 8, so.
Yep.
So, 1 degree of success.
Yeah, which is not enough. He is going to spend a destiny point and bump that attack roll up on you to make it a 19. That'll be a second one. That'll at least make it 8 points of damage. Sorry, what do we got, Ash? Yeah.
Can you only spend destiny points on your own turn?
Yes.
It depends on what you're doing and like what you're spending it on. Like you can.
But what do you mean? Like, can I spend a destiny point to negate his destiny point spend? On.
I'm gonna say not in these circumstances. Like maybe Luke could, who's like up there and in the way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But
Sure.
to me, it comes down to like how, right? Like what are you doing to do it? And I'd say you kind of can't. But yeah, so that's 8 points of damage coming at Bale.
Okay, I'll just take
Sorry, I
3
tried.
damage. That's it.
All right. So yeah, that's not the worst thing he has done. And your combat defense was 8, correct?
Yes.
So 16.
I may very well want to use my destiny point to make him lose a die if I can.
You can. That will drop him to that. But if he spends a destiny point to do that, all right, we'll let you do it. He won't get into a destiny off when he's splitting his dice like this. So yeah, you're able to knock it down enough. That's 11 against your 8, no extra degree. So that's 4 points of damage. Scuffs up the armor.
Yeah, I will manage to redirect his blow of my spear towards one of the more sturdier bits of armor and avoiding more damage. Luke is clearly protecting the wound he took, or his injury he took.
That was kind of disappointing. I figured like if it would be worth it with anybody, it'd be like worth it with him when you guys are already a little scuffed up, and he had really good dice. I think divided attacks just kind of blow.
They do kind of blow.
Yeah.
Luke has taken 2 hits though, so he's,
Right.
I mean, you did get a destiny point out of you, I guess. So like,
He
whatever.
spent one himself, though.
Yeah. But he did.
That's all I had, so I'll take it.
All right. That was him at top of the round. Bela, you are up next.
All right, I'm going to aim and attack. Okay. I have a 22.
That's not too bad, I guess. Give me 1 second. What is your lowest kept die?
A 4.
All right, so we'll knock that down. All right, and then we'll do that. All right, that will make his combat defense come to blah, blah, blah.
Redacted.
All right, and what is your base damage, madam?
6.
All right, so that's points, so that'll get through. That is an injury. So you are able to give him big old slashes. Between the two of you, you're starting to definitely draw blood, but you can't shake the idea that, like, this guy already has a bunch of scars. Clearly, a lot of people have already done this to him, and he's still kicking. This is still pretty gnarly. But yeah, that was some damage and an injury. Did I say wound? I apologize. I meant injury.
You said injury. I was just
Okay.
surprised it was a single injury.
He spent some other stuff. Not to worry.
We're burning him out. Don't worry, we got him.
And that brings us to Edric. Edric is gonna scramble and find a spear and toss it up towards Horus to do something with, in theory. Luke, you are up at 13.
Okay, Luke has learned the lesson from lowering his guard. He will not do it. He is going to ignore the henchman and continue his focus on, was it Maku?
Maku the Black.
Maku the Black. Maku the gentleman who we are fighting.
He is not a gentleman.
I don't fucking think he is either. No.
He's a brute.
I will take an aim action and attack him.
All right.
The one's behind my bonus dice. I have a 21. The injury will bump it down to a 20.
All right, so we got a 20 total. He's got... All right, your base damage, sir.
5.
Oh. Effective?
Right. That is 2 more injuries. You are doing work. And he was right at a spot where he had to be an injury instead of just taking some more health damage, because that would have been all of his. Yeah, that was frustrating for him. Too bad, Maku. Should have thought of that before you fought all of House Nymaryen.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
sure.
It's another pretty grievous wound. He's bleeding pretty freely now.
Yeah,
that
and Luke is
brings us
basically
to-
looking for, the holes in his defense and his armor and, all that.
While you are doing that, a bandit that is engaged in melee with you is looking for holes in your defense and armor.
It's chainmail, it's all holes.
Ah,
Well, he finds several of them at once
oh.
with a 20 to hit.
Ugh.
Nah. I am at
Yeah.
13 at least.
Yeah,
So.
you're back up to normal, so it's just going to be double. So 10 points of damage coming at you. As he
Okay.
just rears back and rears forward. There's no grace or style to it. It's purely just aggression and mass.
I take it right in the armor, which will reduce it to 6, and I will take 1 more injury to bump that down to. And I'm at my limit of damage I can take without more injuries and wounds. So.
Oh no.
It adds up fast sometimes. All
This is
right.
what the increased endurance too.
Sorry, 1 second. I've got to find something in the PDF, and of course, whatever you're looking for is 2 chapters away.
Yeah, we fight this guy again. I'm gonna wear my full plate. So.
All right. So that totals up to 17 to hit. This guy sees Horus rearing back with a spear, so he hurriedly throws his war javelin at Horus, which is a pretty solid hit roll, but that's not a great idea.
Like wounding him is, or causing him hurtings is bad.
Okay, so Berserker is only making an attack against an adjacent enemy. You don't just get an extra attack action. That's what I had to find, and everything is off in this book. So that will be an injury on Horus, because Horus isn't wearing his full plate. He's stripped down to roughly half of it for breastplate. Horus, actually no, he'll just fucking take health. He's got plenty. So yeah, he won't even do injury. And then Horus is up next. And the other thing I had to check is that throwing is apparently covered under athletics, not marksmanship.
Good to know for some of us who have one in marksmanship.
Right.
Like it's, yeah, axes, spears, knives, and the like. Oh no, wait, sorry. All right, so athletics is for, it says you test athletics to hurl objects. For things made for throwing, you use marksmanship instead. So he could have thrown his fucking hammer. Oh well, like he would have sucked with it, but whatever. All right, so nope, it's marksmanship. Horus is not good at that, but it is possible to hit this guy because his combat defense is not great. A 5 is in fact a hit, and the damage is still based on athletics. A little bit of damage gets through on that guy. Yeah, that sucked. But it's all right. That's Horus at 10. Adam, you are up at 5. There's a little bit of damage has been added to this bandit with his quiver full of javelins.
Yeah. So I'm going to go for him again.
Alrighty.
And aiming again this time. 21.
Nice. And this guy has not got the shield, so that's 4 times your damage. It's already up there. He's sucking it.
Would a destiny point help this time?
What was your lowest, or sorry, what's your highest dropped die?
Oh, it was a 3. So that would take me to 24 if I got to keep that.
Still not quite. You'd be one off.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Of course, yeah. Okay.
But this guy's already pretty fucked up. Yeah, that drops.
Oh,
Hopefully that will help.
Yeah, and he was at 1 health, and he was having to already take injuries and shit. So like Horus's little bullshit thing for 2 points was an injury, and like this was a really solid shot. So yeah, that drops the javelin tossing dude, and that brings us to Reyna.
I actually don't think I can ever. I don't think I can reach anybody, right? Because Bela and Luke are ahead of me.
That is correct.
I have a longsword, not a spear.
Unless Luke or Bela pull back, there's really nobody else that can get in that melee fight.
Well, I don't have any options, so I'll supervise.
And if you want, you can hold your action and suggest one of them does pull back to let someone else rotate in.
Yeah, it looks a little bloody, so
I'm not sure if he will or won't. So I'm not sure. I will hold my action.
The other, okay, yeah, like you could do that and just wait and see what people do. You can like talk for free. Like you guys are allowed to like say stuff if you want to try and do that sort of coordination. But yeah, for now, just gonna hold your action.
Yes.
All right then. That brings us back up to Maku the Black.
Oh boy.
He is not going to split his attack this time. He is going to hack away at Bela, but he is soaking up some wounds and stuff, which will mean his hacking is less gooder. So 1 second. 25. That is a 25 to hit you, Bela. The injuries were just enough to keep him from another degree of success.
What's
So
his
right
lowest
now-
kept?
A 2.
Oh, that's not going to help.
Right, I think you'd still get it. So you're taking 12 points right now. You could take a point of fatigue to ignore your armor penalty,
My armor penalty is 1.
but I think that plus the destiny point, because that would swing it by 3.
And you said he was a 25?
Yeah.
No, we'd have to...
So yeah, nope, you'd still have, yeah.
I need to
he's-
drop it by 5.
That's all I could think of. Is
Yeah.
the fatigue thing to ignore armor and or the destiny point.
Okay, that's going to be 7 damage then, coming through. So I'll take 2 injuries and 1 point of damage.
All right. Those whirling araks just hack away at you, and they leave. They're not like taking chunks out of the haft of the spear, but they're leaving some scars on Sunfire, on like the wooden haft of the spear, as he's like hacking at it and pulling things away. Pull the spear away to then hack at you with his other weapon. It's pretty gnarly. He is doing work. And then you are up at 16, Bela.
Alright, aim and attack.
Alrighty.
We end this.
I have a 17.
Okay, against his little base damage,
6.
6, right? So that is very much a wound. Yeah, he's not going to be able to mitigate that any other way. So as he is raking you with those twin air axe, you're able to partially kind of spin away with it, and then you get the most solid shot on him to date. As you work the tip of your Valyrian steel spear up and under his partial breastplate. Edric Dane is going to attempt a coordinate. He's going to roll willpower, greater action, and try to help out, yelling from just behind you guys and egging you on, basically. So it is difficulty 12 in a combat. He got a 14, so he can add his will rank times degree of success. So that's just the 1. Right? All right. Give me 1 second. I believe it's going to be a +4 to the next attack roll against this guy is what I'm going to, because the rules for the will specialty of coordinate is somewhere else, and just whatever, I don't even care. So you hear a strident starfall from behind. The next person attacking will get a +4 to their total.
Oh.
And
It's good to hear he's as long as we keep hearing that, we know he's all right.
So, Luke, you are up next at 13.
Luke grunts, "Fuck it, Starfall!" and recklessly attacks with the bonus there, trying to end this with one more firm blow.
Firm. I would go for savage.
I like firm.
Give him the business
Five,
look.
so 27, which is 28, that's 27. 27 to attack.
Ugh. Savage, see?
That is another wound.
You just suck at all these goddamn wounds.
So while he is grunting and spinning away from Bela's strike, you lash out with your own spear and land another solid
shit.
blow.
Yeah, that was before the +4 bonus. It won't matter though because he'll use the wound.
because
to
it's a
take it off.
wound. Yeah.
It'd be like
All
a
right.
31. Some shit.
The bandit that is with him is up next. He has going to Bela, did you do a reckless attack or just a regular one?
Regular.
All right. These 5 points of damage, I believe, will be absorbed by your armor. As you landed the most solid shot on him, so the spearman at his side turned to begin to attack you, but you are able to shuck it off with the help of armor.
I give Bela a look along the lines of, "Oh, thank the 7. He attacked you, not me." But not like in a mean way, just in a like I'm hurt way.
Oris will recover his hammer and hold an action. You guys hear impatient grunts behind him. He's not real good at watching other people fight. Adam, you are up at 5. The only targets are engaged in melee, so we're just gonna again keep it simple and say that's one less kept die.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna just keep. I'm definitely gonna be aiming to try and mitigate that. But yeah,
There's a bandit spearman and there's Mako
Yeah.
the Black.
Yeah, I'll go for the spearman because what I figure is if I take, I've got a better chance of like taking that guy out because even though he's an elite bandit, he's not the big boss.
I will say this before you decide, and that is, he's already attacked. Maku has an attack up next before we do.
We know Maku's heavily damaged. He can't take any more. Oh no.
No, he can't take any more health points. I don't know how many wounds he's got, but he's already taken at least 2.
But so, are you suggesting that I should
Shoot him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it could be more useful to hit Maku, but ultimately it's up to you.
No, you're absolutely right. He's definitely the more dangerous one, I think, as well. So yeah, I'll go for Maku this time.
Alrighty, sling them dice.
Sorry, I've got cocked ones.
I thought that was just your poker face breaking as you looked at the total and went. I
No,
thought
it's
it was
like a
just
couple
like.
of them start to roll because I'm rolling like on the book. So.
I got you. I just thought it was like a bunch of 1s and 2s.
Ooh. No, this is pretty good from the look of it.
Nice.
Because there's 3 6s in there, and I'm keeping five dice. So
Nice.
This is just gonna be a wound no matter what. Then.
10, so
That's fine. He's down 3 dice. I'm good with this.
10, 22, 23, 24, 26.
That one hits him high in the unarmored side, where his
Good.
kind of asymmetrical slashed armor is busted. It's a high shot right in the shoulder, and it looks pretty solid. He looks like he's in pretty bad shape. Raina, you are up next.
Luke, are you taking minuses to your hits and stuff?
I currently have 2 injuries. It's a -2 to my attacks.
Yeah, I believe both of your siblings on the stairwell are bleeding pretty good at this point.
All right, well then, yeah, I'm gonna like nudge him and be like, tag me in.
Yes.
All right. So Luke takes a couple steps back, and Reyna takes a couple steps forward. Luke, you can still poke him with your spear this way. And now Reyna is up there to also attack. So Reyna, go ahead and make an attack. You can't do the aim goodness right now.
But my hope is he'll be dead, but we'll see.
So no aim. That's fine. 4, 5. 4, 10, 15, 20.
Nice. He is down to combat defense. What is your base damage, madam?
5, sir.
He takes a 4th wound. He is getting close, but he is up next. Let's see, who hasn't chosen someone's fate yet? Rob, which of your sisters is even, and which of your sisters is odds?
Lord of 2 keeps is what I'm saying in my future. Let's go with Reyna is odd. Because she's odd.
All right.
She's fancy, but she's odd. Bayla's Dornish odd, which I think is even.
All right, so he's looking at this roll. He normally would keep that. He loses 1, 2, 3, 4.
4, 5, 6, 7 dice.
Which really sucks for him. So he is going to spend that destiny point. That'll make it a 16. Oh, man,
Oh, you guys are fine.
It's still not enough. He'll spend his last destiny. No, wait. He'll take a fatigue to ignore a wound and keep that. He's dropping a bunch of 5s, and he's like, no, I don't want to do that. So that will make it a 21. That'll be 12 points of damage coming at Reyna.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry, Reyna.
You stepped up, and so he took a swing.
I am going to spend a destiny point to take back that.
All right, that makes it 8 points of damage.
I'll take 3. Health.
Okay,
Those 3. I'll just take them back.
and then Bayla is up.
She recovered him for a reason.
Right.
Alright, aim and attack.
He is clearly on his last legs, and he is clearly not in a surrendery mood.
Well, we'll
I don't
see
think
how
we're in the
this-
mood to accept his surrender, so it's fine.
He's a little buddy we can keep and ask questions
I have
about.
a 14.
All right, that is a 2nd degree of success, and that is more than he can handle.
Yes!
That is wound 5 of his endurance 5. So describe the kill shot, Lady Bayla, the Sand
Oh
Spear.
goodness. It's mostly just like a death by 1,000 cuts at this point. It's just raking the sharp side of the spear over several points over and over again to finally getting a deep cut underneath the armpit and just like working it inside this time and opening up his chest.
And unsurprisingly, there's a lot of blood in there, and also some pink fleshy stuff that looks really important. And all that stuff falls out. And we are gonna kill the episode as Bela kills Maku Black. And we're picking up right about there in 2 weeks' time, as you guys have taken out the first of the Vulture King's lieutenants.
Woo.
Woo.
I don't know if I can
All right.
feel more like this.
Let's go back to the good spring and just rest for about a month.
So thank you
Spring,
for coming by, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bad Nug, those destiny points significantly lengthened the fight for
And we
Maku.
won't forget it.
No, we won't.
But you did say, I believe I read, that you wanted your last bonus to go back to House Nymaryen. Sounded like, so hit me up in PMs if that is incorrect. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all had a good time, and we'll see you all back here in 2 weeks.
Bye.
Right.